Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight's story, we're diving into the lore of the Warsmith of the Iron Warriors. Before we get into madness, be sure to like, comment videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
The warship had no warmth in it. It was not built for comfort, nor for prayer, nor for any lesser weakness that mortals mistook for civilization. It was a blade of black iron and yellow hazard chevrons, a siege engine given voids, a cathedral to attrition dragged through the immaterium by chained machine spirits and hate. Its corridors were narrow where they should have been vast, vast where they should have been defensible. Every passage designed by minds that understood murder better than mercy. Rivets studded the walls like iron teeth. Piston shrines breathed steam through cracked brass grills. Servo skulls drifted in the gloom, their lenses clicking as they tallied ammunition, corpse mass, fuel expenditure, slave output, and the rate at which men died when denied water. No one spoke of omens aboard the warship. Omens were for word-bearers and madmen. The Iron Warriors preferred measurements. Honso stood in the strategium and listened to the numbers of the coming massacre. He stood apart from the others, not by choice, not wholly, but because they had made distance around him into a ritual. Veterans of the Long War gathered before the hololithic projection of the target world, their armor pitted from ancient sieges, their helms locked to their thighs or hanging from chains at their belts. Their faces were the color of corpse wax, iron dust, and old scars. Some still bore the hard, brutal lines of men who had fought before the Emperor was enthroned as a carrion god. Others had been altered by the eye, their flesh grown pallid and ridged, their eyes burning with ember light or blackening into pits of oil. They were Perturabo's sons. They were siege masters, butchers of worlds, builders of fortresses, and breakers of them. They were not brothers. Brotherhood had died with the dream of empire. They tolerated each other because a fortress did not fall to sentiment. They tolerated Honso because he was useful. That was all. He felt their hatred without needing to look at them. It came in the turn of a shoulder pauldron, in a silence held a breath too long, in the way warriors older than the Imperium refused to stand near him unless command required it. Half-breed. The words did not need to be spoken. They had been carved into the air around him for years. His blood was iron. His blood was shame. Not to him. Never to him. Honso felt no guilt for what he was. He felt no plea for acceptance curdling in his hearts. Shame was for slaves under the lash and loyalists on their knees, clutching icons while artillery erased their cities. What burned inside him was cleaner than shame. It was resentment refined until nothing human remained in it. A cold furnace, a weapon waiting for pressure. They looked at him and saw impurity. He looked at them and saw men too old to understand that hate, once denied dignity, became stronger than honor. Forix stood nearest the hololith, his scarred face unreadable, his eyes dull with the patience of a weapon long kept loaded. His armor bore the weight of history without ostentation. He needed no snarling trophies, no dangling bones, no screaming faces hammered into his plate. Forix was cruelty without heat, murder reduced to procedure. He studied the projection as if it had already fallen, and all that remained was to decide the order in which its defenders would die. Kroger paced behind him like an animal forced into ceramite. His warplate was scored by chain blade impacts and daubed in drying blood from some slave he had killed for breathing poorly. The nails hammered through his skull twitched beneath torn skin. His fingers opened and closed around the grip of his axe. He had never learned patience because patience had never given him the wet, red music he craved. Honso understood them both. Foryx was the wall. Kroger was the breach. Honso intended to be the hand that chose where both were placed. At the head of the chamber stood Warsmith Barban Falk. He was immense even among transhuman killers, a black iron presence crowned by trophy cables, oath chains, and the shadow of old victories. His armor seemed less worn than excavated, as though it had been dragged from the foundations of a murdered world. Brass trim framed plates that bore the grime of centuries. His helm was fixed beneath one arm, its single tusked visage facing the floor like the severed head of a defeated god. Falk did not look at his warriors as sons. He looked at them as guns, bastions, siege drills, ammunition reserves, breach charges. He weighed them by function, not loyalty. In this, he was honest. Honso respected honesty when it had teeth. A mortal officer stood below the strategium dais, trembling as he read from a slate clamped in both hands. His uniform had once belonged to the Imperial Army, or some later corpse imitation of it. Now the Aquila had been burned away from his breast and replaced with the iron skull. He smelled of recycled sweat and terror. Outer Picket confirms Loyalist Outpost designation Khalistan Relay maintains active Auspex sweep. Shielding minor. Garrison strength estimated at 4 platoons of planetary militia, 1 heavy weapons section, 3 static missile nests, 1 command bunker. Mine density high. Morale rating uncertain. Kroger laughed, a wet sound dragging itself through his throat. Morale rating, he said. I can rate it. It will break. Foryx did not look away from the hololith. Everything breaks. The question is cost. Cost! Kroger spat onto the deck. The gobbet hissed where it landed near a heat vent. Send me, and I will have their skulls before the guns finish ranging. You would lose warriors to prove that meat bleeds, Foryx said. An inefficient indulgence. Kroger turned, axe lifting by a finger's width. Honso spoke before the older warrior could snarl. Waste no shells on fear. Let the mortals spend themselves first. The chamber stilled. He had not raised his voice. He had not needed to. Iron warriors heard efficiency the way priests heard blasphemy. Foryx's eyes moved to him. Kroger's lip curled. Several veterans shifted with the faint scrape of ceramite. Half-breed, the silence said again. Half-breed speaks. Falk regarded Honso for a long moment. Explain. Honso stepped closer to the hololith. The projected outpost shimmered in green and corpse white, a block of fortified ferrocrete anchored into a black valley of ash. The relay station sat on raised ground, its approaches seeded with mines, its gun nests facing the most obvious avenues of advance. Loyalists always loved obvious avenues. They built their courage around them. The minefield is not meant to kill us, Honso said. It is meant to slow us while the missile nests fire. The bunker has poor lateral coverage on the eastern shelf. Their guns overlap forward and west, not east. The slope there is broken by slag ridges. Mortals would call it impassable. Kroger bared his teeth. Then give me the east. You would trigger the rockfall and bury your own pack. The berserker's eyes hardened. Honso continued. Send slaves through the frontal field in waves. Let the defenders fire. Let them believe the assault comes where they expect it. When their missiles cycle dry and their heavy guns overheat, we collapse the eastern shelf with shaped charges. The debris will bridge the gullies. We walk through smoke while they reload. Foryx studied the display. Acceptable, he said at last. From him, that was close to praise. Kroger gave a low growl. You hide behind slaves and call it war. No, Honso said. I hide behind slaves and call it winning. Kroger took one step toward him. Falk's voice cut through the chamber like a siege cannon firing once. Enough. The word ended the matter. Even Kroger stopped. Falk turned to the mortal officer. Begin. The officer bowed too quickly. Iron within, Lord. No one answered him. The attack began with arithmetic. The warship turned its guns toward the ash moon below and spoke in thunder. Macro batteries recoiled in their housings. Shells the size of hab blocks fell through toxic cloud, trailing fire. The first barrage did not strike the outpost. It struck the mountains behind it, breaking stone, shaking loose cascades of black slag and iron ore. The second barrage cratered the western approach, where the Loyalists had expected the Iron Warriors to advance. The third struck no target at all, landing just beyond the minefield to blind Auspex returns, with boiling earth and radioactive dust. Then the slave columns moved. They came from the assault landers in chains, thousands of them, thin bodies wrapped in rags, prison brands, and crude respirator masks that did not filter enough poison to keep them alive beyond a day. Some carried scrap shields. Some carried empty rifles. Some carried nothing. Taskmasters walked behind them with shock mauls and rotary stubbers. The slaves stumbled forward under the guns of their masters and the guns of the men they had once called kin. The first line entered the minefield and vanished in a chain of white flashes. Bodies burst upward in pieces. Legs spun through smoke. Torsos slapped wetly onto ash. Men crawled without hips, dragging ropes of intestine behind them, their mouths opening and closing in the thin air. The minefield rippled as more slaves were driven into it. The Loyalists began firing from the outpost walls, lass fire cutting red seams through the murk. Heavy bolters hammered. The front ranks convulsed into shredded meat. Brains sprayed across cracked stones and froze in the wind as grey paste. Honso watched through his helm lenses from the lee of a broken ridge. His warriors waited behind him in disciplined silence. He did not count the dead slaves. The Munitor thralls did that. He counted the enemy guns. Missile Nest Primary has fired 4 times, he voxed. Confirmed, Forex replied from the western observation point. Secondary heavy bolter overheated, Honso said. Left wall, cycling barrel. Kroger's voice rasped over the channel. Let me go. Not yet. Another slave wave died. Their bodies formed a path where the mines had spent themselves. The Loyalists cheered over open vox, crude mortal triumph leaking through static. Honso let them have it. Hope was a pressure point. It made men stand taller, expose themselves longer, believe survival had become possible. The command bunker fired its missile nest again. Honso Blink clicked the rune. Charges. Across the eastern shelf, slave sappers who had crawled into position over the previous night detonated their payloads. The ridge split with a groan like a dying engine. Tons of slag and stone collapsed into the gullies below, creating a jagged causeway through terrain the Loyalists had dismissed as impassable. Dust rose in a choking wall. Alarms wailed from the outpost. Searchlights stabbed uselessly through smoke. Honso raised his bolter. Advance. The Iron Warriors moved. No roar, no oath, no glory cry, only iron. They came through the dust in locked ranks, hazard stripes flashing beneath ash, bolters held steady, servo motors growling. Loyalist fire snapped toward them too late. Las beams struck ceramite and scattered in sparks. A missile screamed from the wall, struck a warrior in the chest, and blew him backward in a bloom of shattered plate and black blood. The ranks closed around the corpse before it landed. Honso fired as he walked. His first bolt took a militia gunner through the throat and detonated between spine and jaw, blasting the man's head into a fan of bone fragments. His second punched through a slit window and burst inside the bunker crew chamber. The vision feed showed heat shapes thrashing as the explosion pulped men against the walls. Kroger broke formation when the distance closed. He hit the loyalist line like a shell. His axe split a defender from shoulder to groin, spilling organs steaming into the ash. He kicked another man hard enough to fold armor and ribcage inward, then seized a third by the helmet and crushed the skull until blood pumped between his fingers. Foryx advanced more slowly, each shot placed, each command clipped. His squad cleared the left wall with grenades and disciplined bolter fire, reducing resistance to mangled shapes twitching under falling dust. When a loyalist officer tried to rally a countercharge, Foryx shot the man's knees out, let him fall screaming, then put a second round through his open mouth. Honso entered the command bunker last. The interior was red with panic and meat. Cogitator banks sparked. A Vox operator tried to transmit surrender, one hand pressed to the stump where his other arm had been. Honso crossed the chamber, stepped over a corpse whose abdomen had opened under shrapnel, and looked down at the operator. "Who commands here?" The man stared up through blood and tears. "The Emperor protects." Honso tilted his head. "No, he preserves. There is a difference. Preservation is what carrion does before rot finishes its work." The operator fumbled for a sidearm. Honso crushed his wrist beneath one boot, then fired a bolt into the Vox unit rather than the man. The machine exploded in a shriek of sparks and metal shards. The operator screamed as fragments shredded his face. "Now no one hears you," Honso said. He left him alive because dying slowly was more useful than dying quickly. The screams would carry through the bunker vents. The remaining defenders heard them and broke. By the time the outpost fell fully silent, the minefield was gone, spent beneath carpets of slave dead. The loyalist corpses were stacked by category: officers for interrogation, engine seers for the tech adepts, militia for corpse starch, unidentified remains for furnace disposal. Ammunition was counted before casualties. Fuel was counted before prisoners. The Iron Warriors had lost fewer than projected. That pleased Folk more than victory. Back aboard the warship, the Strategium smelled of oil, ozone, and blood carried in the seams of armor. The hololith shifted from the ruined relay outpost to a new image. A world turned in green light above the iron table, surrounded by defense markers, orbital plates, fortress sigils, and Mechanicus authentication locks. Its surface was a web of manufactoria, bastions, reactor spires, and deep vaults. Honso studied it in silence. Folk spoke. The outpost was a gate latch. Nothing more. The true prize is Hydra Cordatus. At the name, even Kroger stopped pacing. Foryx's expression did not change, but his eyes sharpened. Folk let the silence harden before continuing. Adeptus Mechanicus Forge World. Imperial Fortress Grade. Deep Vault Infrastructure. Gene repositories confirmed beneath Tor Christo. Honso felt something inside him still. Gene seed. Not scrap. Not slaves. Not shells. Not a raid for survival or spite. A prize worthy of legend. Folk's gaze moved across his gathered champions. We go to take what the Sons of Dawn have buried. We go to crack their walls, butcher their guardians, and drag their precious inheritance into the dark. This will not be a raid. This will be a siege remembered by those who survive it. Kroger laughed softly. And those who do not? Folk's smile was thin iron. They will be used in the foundations. Honso looked at the war map and saw more than bastions. He saw vectors, weaknesses, dead zones, false approaches, artillery arcs, pride disguised as stone. He saw Imperial faith layered over Mechanicus arrogance. He saw the future opening like a breach in a wall. The veterans around him saw Hydra Cordatus as a fortress. Honso saw a judgment. If he failed, they would call him half-breed until his bones were dust beneath Medrengard's iron skies. If he succeeded, they would still hate him, but they would have to do it while obeying him. He flexed his gauntleted hand and watched the world turn in the hololith's cold light. This siege would make him immortal or bury him under iron. Either fate was acceptable, only weakness was not. Hydra Cordatus burned before the Iron Warriors ever set foot upon it. The world hung beneath the fleet like a machine heart locked inside a ribcage of guns. Its continents were black with manufactoria, grey with fortress lines, and red where magma vents fed the forges of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Orbital plates circled it in layered procession, each one a slab of sanctified steel, bristling with lance batteries, missile silos, Auspex cathedrals, and cogitator shrines. Void shields shimmered over the major bastions in pale hemispheres, catching the first wave of bombardment and turning the night side of the planet into a storm of white fire. The Iron Warriors answered patience with magnitude. Their ships opened fire in ranked sequence, not in rage, not in exultation, but according to calculations older than the defenders' bloodlines. Macro shells fell in measured corridors. Lance beams burned straight lines through clouds and atmosphere. Torpedoes descended like iron prayers, each one carrying the hatred of Perturabo's sons into the fortress world's skin. Hydra Cordatus did not die. It absorbed the punishment behind its shields, its guns firing back through the glare, its orbital platforms vomiting streams of flak and plasma into the descending assault. The first landers fell through that storm. Some made it. Many did not. One troop lander broke apart above the northern manufactoria, its hull splitting open as if peeled by an invisible claw. Hundreds of mortal auxiliaries spilled from the wound, men still strapped into harnesses, men burning inside their flak armor, men tumbling silently until the atmosphere tore them apart. Another lander took a direct hit from an orbital lance and became a second sun, casting the shadows of descending aircraft across the cloud deck before its wreckage rained down in molten fragments. Honso watched from the assault bay of a gunship as the planet rose toward him. Around him, Iron Warriors stood locked into drop restraints, their armor clamped to the deck, their helms sealed, their bolters mag locked and ready. No one prayed, no one boasted, no one spoke of honor. The Vox carried only range corrections, casualty estimates, shield degradation reports, and the grinding voice of shipmasters reciting descent vectors through static. A mortal crewman screamed somewhere forward when flak tore through the gunship's belly. His voice ended in a wet burst as pressure dragged him through a ragged hole. Warning runes flashed crimson across Honso's lenses. Atmospheric bleed. Engine 2 damaged. Hull breach contained. Cargo integrity acceptable. Acceptable. That was all survival meant. The gunship struck turbulence hard enough to make the drop harnesses groan. Across from Honso, Kroger laughed inside his helm, the sound a low animal rasp over the squad channel. "Listen to them," Kroger said. "They know we are coming." Forix's reply was cold. The dead know many things in their final moments. Honso said nothing. He watched the surface resolve through the feed from the gunship's forward-picked capture. Tor Christo rose from a mountain range like a clenched fist of stone and metal. It was no mere fortress. It was a declaration. Concentric walls climbed the slopes in stacked rings. Gun towers jutted from the rock. Plasma reactors glowed beneath armoured domes. Trenches spread from its base in dark, angular patterns, each one cut with mathematical devotion. Beneath it all, sealed under adamantine and sacred encryption, lay the prize. Gene Seed, the inheritance of the Imperial Fists. Dawn's sons had buried their purity inside a fortress world and wrapped it in Mechanicus dogma, void shields, servitors, Skitari cohorts, militia regiments, and the arrogance of men who believed stone remembered loyalty. The Iron Warriors had come to teach stone a different memory. The gunship hit the ground with a shriek of tortured metal. Restraints unlocked. The assault ramp dropped into smoke. Hydra Cordatus entered Honso's senses as heat, ash, engine stink, and the roar of artillery. The landing zone was a scraped plain of black mud and broken rock, already churned into corpse slurry by the bombardment. Shells passed overhead in both directions. Loyalist guns thundered from the high walls. Iron Warriors' artillery platforms replied from newly deployed siege lines, their barrels vomiting fire in steady pulses. Basilisks, captured bombards, corrupted Medusa guns, and demon-bound cannons spoke with the same purpose. The earth bucked beneath every salvo. Far ahead, Titans walked. They strode through smoke like cathedrals of murder-given legs, their void shields crawling with impacts, their weapon arms lighting the clouds with sun-hot bursts. Loyalist god engines answered from the fortress approaches, horn blasts echoing like the voices of dying gods. Between those towering machines, men ceased to be soldiers and became weather. Infantry columns dissolved beneath stray fire. Tanks were crushed flat under footfalls never intended for them. Skitari maniples advanced in ordered ranks, red robes whipping around steel limbs, galvanic weapons flashing in perfect volleys. When they died, they did not scream like men. Many burned upright at their gun stations, still chanting machine count through vox grills, while their flesh cooked inside augmetic frames. Praise the Omnissiah, came a loyalist transmission through static. By sacred circuit and blessed recoil, let the machine endure. The Iron Warriors answered with artillery. Adjust elevation by 3 degrees, cut the cant, kill the battery. A moment later, the Mechanicus gun shrine exploded. Its crew became sparks, bone ash, and red mist. Half a dozen servitors remained bolted to their stations, still trying to reload a gun that no longer existed, their exposed brains steaming in the chemical rain. The first day of the siege had no heroism in it. It had industry. Trenches became canals of blood and mud. Men drowned in shell holes filled with promethium runoff. Slaves dragged ammunition sledges until their spines snapped under the load, then were stepped over by the next chain gang. Wounded mortals begged for medici attention and received boot heels when they blocked the paths of ammunition carts. Corpses were sandbagged into parapets. Dismembered limbs were pushed into shell craters to make footing for heavier armor. Iron Warriors moved through it all without disgust. The dead were material. The living were temporary material. Honso stood at the edge of the forward command trench with Forix and Kroger, while the assault on the first lower wall failed for the 3rd time. The Loyalists had built well. Honso would grant them that. Tor Christo's lower bastions interlocked with brutal intelligence. Kill zones overlapped. False approaches fed into mines and crossfire. Servo turrets remained dormant until units committed, then rose from camouflaged housings to shred entire squads. The Mechanicus had turned the mountain into a gun. Kroger struck the trench wall with the haft of his axe. cracking hardened ferrocrete. We should be at the wall. This crawling is for worms. Foryx watched the battlefield through magnocular feeds. We have lost less than projected. The approach is sound. It is slow. It is a siege. It is cowardice dressed in iron. Honso turned his helm slightly. Then run at the wall. I will include your remains in the next elevation calculation. Kroger's gaze burned through his visor. Careful, half-breed. There it was. Not whispered this time, not implied. Several warriors nearby went still. Honso felt the old furnace inside him draw colder. He could have answered with anger. Kroger wanted anger. He wanted an excuse to turn the trench into a butcher's pit, to settle old disgust with chainblade and fist. Honso denied him the gift. The wall does not care what blood built us, Honso said. It only cares where we place the guns. Foryx gave the smallest sound. It might have been amusement. It might have been contempt. With Foryx, they were often the same. A shell landed close enough to rain molten rock over the trench. A mortal spotter lost his face to a shard of metal, collapsing against Honso's greave, hands twitching at the ruin beneath his helmet. Honso kicked him aside and looked again at Tor Christo. He saw the pattern. The lower eastern breach had failed because it was meant to fail. The defenders had left weakness there too openly. Every assault had fed into a depression between two bastions where concealed guns could fire downward into the crush. The ground before the wall was thick with bodies now, a carpet of blackened flak armor, torn limbs, iron warriors dead, Skitari dead, slaves, militia, all churned together. It had become difficult to tell who would belong to which side. But the defenders were watching that breach. They were proud of it. Pride was always a weakness. Honso Blink clicked through Auspec's overlays. Promethium conduits ran beneath the Western Manufactorum spur. The Mechanicus had armoured them, but not enough. They were supply lines for the bastion's flame projectors and emergency generator banks. No commander who loved machines would willingly expose them. That meant the area above them would be defended indirectly, protected by assumption, protected by doctrine. Honso turned to the mortal auxiliar commander, cowering nearby. You have 2,000 men remaining. The man swallowed. His rebreather hissed. Approximately, Lord. You will attack the eastern breach again. The commander's eyes widened behind cracked goggles. Lord, the breach is covered by hidden guns. The last waves were destroyed. I know. My lord, they will die before they reach the wall. Yes. The man's mouth worked. He was smart enough not to plead, but not strong enough to hide that he wanted to. Honso leaned close. You are not being ordered to win. You are being ordered to be seen dying. The attack went forward under the lash. The mortal auxiliaries climbed from the trenches in ragged companies, their banners soaked black by chemical rain, their officers shouting oaths to gods they no longer believed in. They ran across ground made soft by the organs of previous attacks. The loyalists let them come halfway. Then the eastern breach opened its teeth. Heavy bolters stitched the field. Autocannons hammered through bodies 3 at a time. Mortars landed among packed ranks and lifted men into the air in pieces. One shell burst inside a squad and painted the ground with lungs, torn webbing, and fragments of screaming faces. The auxiliaries broke, reformed under gunfire from their own rear, and broke again. They died loudly. That mattered. The defenders saw the panic. They saw the false commitment. They fired more. Honso waited until every hidden battery revealed itself. Then he gave the order. The Iron Warrior's counter battery opened as one. The western spur vanished under a hurricane of shells. Promethium conduits ruptured beneath the manufactorum's skin, and the mountain itself seemed to inhale before exploding. Fire rolled under the bastion walls in a subterranean wave. Flame projectors detonated in their housings. Generator shrines burst outward, throwing cogitator banks, priest parts, and burning servitors across the ramparts. A section of wall cracked from within, not breached by impact, but betrayed by its own sacred infrastructure. "Foryx!" Honsou voxed. There. Foryx needed no more. His squads advanced with disciplined speed, laying down controlled fire while siege drills rolled forward through the smoke. Kroger went with them at last, howling now, his restraint spent. The berserker reached the fractured wall before the drills, climbing through burning wreckage as Mechanicus defenders tried to seal the gap. The Skitari died in order. They formed ranks inside the breach, chanting in Binharic bursts, their rad weapons glowing, their blade limbs unfolding. By motive force, by iron law, by the blessed equation of resistance, their princeps signifier droned over open vox. No passage, no surrender, no deviation. Kroger hit them like a murder engine. His axe cut through steel torsos and vat-grown meat. One Skitarius lost both arms and continued forward, trying to bite with a jaw of brass teeth before Kroger split him down the center. Another fired point blank into the berserker's chest, scorching his plate, and was rewarded with a headbutt that crushed his skull into his collar assembly. Foryx's warriors killed with cleaner contempt. Bolter fire found joints. Grenades went into firing slits. Flamers washed command alcoves until the chanting stopped. Honso entered the breach behind them and took command of a captured gun emplacement before its barrel had cooled. The loyalist crew lay scattered across the platform, their red robes burning, their limbs twitching under severed neural command. Honso dragged the dead gunner from the control throne and shoved a slave into place. "Can you operate it?" The slave stared at the Mechanicus targeting shrine, trembling. "I was battery-trained, Lord." "Then live for another minute." The slave obeyed. Honso fed targeting data into the corrupted link, ignoring the machine spirit's shrieking refusal. The captured gun turned against its own wall. Its first shot punched through an inner gatehouse. Its second brought down a bridge crowded with militia reinforcements. Men fell screaming into the burning ravine below, armor and bodies clanging against rock before fire took them. Then the Imperial Fists came. Their arrival was not a charge. It was a judgment. Yellow armor appeared through the smoke on the inner wall, bright even beneath ashfall, helms marked with black fists, bolters raised in perfect discipline. They fired as one. Iron warriors fell. A warrior beside Honso took a bolt through the eye lens and dropped without sound, the back of his helm bursting open in a spray of black brain matter and ceramite shards. Another staggered as 3 rounds detonated in his chest, reducing his torso to a crater of torn cables, ribs, and steaming organs. The Vox filled with hate. "Dawn's curs," Kroger snarled. "For Perturabo," Foryx said, cold as the grave. The old war woke fully then. Not the war against mortals. Not the war against Mechanicus zealots. This was older, deeper, carved into gene memory and legion pride. The Sons of Dawn had come to defend what the Sons of Perturabo had come to steal. The breach became a killing ground, where 10,000 years of bitterness spoke through bolters and blades. An Imperial Fist sergeant strode through the smoke, power fist crackling, his voice calm over external vox. "Traitors, you will go no further." Honso shot the ground beneath him. The sergeant did not fall, but the cracked platform sagged. Honso fired again, not at the warrior, but at the damaged support strut beneath the wall section. A third shot, a fourth. The captured gun roared at his command. The platform collapsed, taking 3 Imperial Fists with it. One vanished into the furnace below. Another caught the edge and began to pull himself up. Honso stepped on his hand. The loyalist looked up at him through a cracked yellow helm. "Bastard!" the Imperial Fist said. Honso leaned down. "Yes." Then he fired into the warrior's faceplate until the head came apart inside the helm. The counterattack nearly broke the breach despite him. Nearly. The Imperial Fists were everything their reputation promised. Disciplined, stubborn, magnificent in their refusal to die quickly. They gave ground by inches and paid for every pace in Iron Warrior's blood. But they were too few, and Tor Christo had been wounded in the one place its makers had believed safe. Honso used collapsing walls as weapons. He ordered charges planted not to open passages, but to bring ceilings down behind loyalist advances. He turned Prometheum floods into fire breaks. He forced captured servitors to drag ammunition through rad zones until their bodies failed. He fed Kroger into close combat where restraint would have been waste. He sent Foryx to secure junctions that required precision more than fury. By the end, the inner vault doors stood exposed. They were beautiful in the way only enemy strength could be beautiful. Adamantine, sigil locked, covered in Mechanicus script and Imperial seals. Sacred warnings glowed across their surface. Honso watched siege drills bite into them. The doors screamed. Inside, beneath cold lights and preservation fields, rested the gene vaults. The Imperial Fists had guarded their inheritance well. Rows of stasis caskets stood in armored alcoves, each one containing what the Iron Warriors needed and hated. Pure gene seed, stable, unspoiled. The future of warriors yet unborn, stolen from enemies who had never stopped believing themselves righteous. Honso removed his helm. The air tasted of blood, machine oil, burned stone, and victory. Behind him came the tread of Barban folk. The Warsmith entered the vault like an ancient weapon returning to its maker. His armor was damaged, his flesh torn where the fighting had reached even him. But something vast moved beneath the wounds. Honso felt it before he understood it. The air thickened. Shadows leaned toward Falk. The vault lights flickered. The machine spirits wailed in binary terror. Falk looked upon the gene seed and laughed. It was not a mortal sound. His body began to change. Armor fused deeper into flesh. Horns of black iron pushed from his warplate. His shadow grew too large for the chamber. The warriors nearby stepped back, even Kroger, even Foryx, as the warp opened its jaws around their lord and crowned him with damnation. Barban Falk was leaving them, not dying, never merely dying, ascending. His gaze fell upon Honso as the vault shook and the stasis fields trembled. "You saw the breach," Falk said, his voice layered now with something from beyond iron and flesh. "You took the wall. You took the prize." Honso met his eyes and did not kneel. Around them, the stolen gene seed glowed in its caskets. Dawn's inheritance, Perturabo's vengeance, the future bought with corpses. Falk smiled with a mouth no longer made for human speech. "Then take the war as well, Honso. Let them choke on your name." Foryx said nothing. Kroger said nothing. The half-breed stood before the vaults of Hydra Cordatus, while a Warsmith became a demon and an army changed hands in the silence after conquest. Honso looked at the gene seed and felt no awe, only possession. Hydra Cordatus had broken. Now it belonged to iron, Hydra Cordatus did not surrender. It was denied even that last dignity. The citadel of Tor Christo had fallen, its vaults broken open, its defenders butchered, its sacred gene repositories dragged into the hands of those who hated them most. Yet the fortress still stood in shape, if not in spirit, its towers fractured, its lower bastions gutted, its machine chapels burning with oil-black flames. The Imperial dead remained where they had fallen. Skitari corpses lay in neat, shattered ranks, their weapon limbs twitching under the last spasms of machine command. Tech priests hung from ruptured data looms like red-robed carrion. The bodies of Imperial Fists were gathered, separately, not in honor, but in spite. Their armor was stripped, their gene seed was taken, their names were not recorded. Honso ordered the final bombardment after the vaults were emptied. Not before, never before. A fortress had uses while it still contained what he wanted. Once hollowed, it was only a message waiting to be written in fire. The Iron Warriors withdrew to prepare distances, while slave gangs dragged crates of gene seed canisters, relic locks, stasis cells, and Mechanicus containment engines into the landing barges. The slaves moved under lashes and gun barrels, slipping in the mud of blood and ash. Those who dropped a casket were shot. Those who stumbled near a gene vault were shot. Those who looked too long at the prizes they carried were shot and replaced before their bodies finished twitching. Honso watched from the broken western wall as the bombardment began. The first shells cracked the inner spires. The second wave brought down the Auspex towers. The third hammered the chapel bastions until stained adamantine windows burst outward in glittering storms, and the statues of Imperial saints fell face first into the corpse mud below. Macro rounds descended from orbit and struck the high keep. Tor Christo shook like a living thing under execution. Its stones split. Its gun decks vomited flame. Entire sections of walls slumped downward into the lower trenches, burying loyalist corpses, Iron Warrior dead, and slave carcasses together beneath millions of tons of ruin. It pleased him that the dead would remain mingled. Let the Imperials dig through that, if they ever returned. Let them find their heroes crushed beside the condemned, their sacred bones indistinguishable from the meat of traitors and slaves. A warning did not need words. Behind him, Kruger laughed as the citadel died. For all their walls, the berserker said, axe resting across one shoulder. They broke like men. Forik stood farther along the wall, helm under one arm, his face cold beneath a veil of falling ash. Walls do not break. Command breaks, supply breaks, will breaks. The wall merely records the failure. Kroger spat toward the burning fortress. You would carve philosophy into a skull if you could find one patient enough to listen. I would carve range tables into yours if it had space. Kroger turned with a snarl. Honso did not look at them. Save your spite. We will require it later. They both fell silent, though not out of loyalty. That was the first lesson of command after Barban Folk's ascension. The title of Warsmith did not bring brotherhood. It brought calculation. The warriors who had obeyed Folk now obeyed Honso because Folk had named him before the warp took him. That was all. In the Iron Warriors, inheritance was not love. It was a loaded gun placed in another hand, while every other hand reached for a knife. Some watched him as a commander. Most watched him as a problem waiting for opportunity. Half-breed. The word followed him through the smoke, unspoken, eternal. The veterans of the Long War had not forgotten what he was because Folk had spoken his name. They did not forget impurity. They did not forgive it. They only measured whether it was useful enough to tolerate. Honso let them measure. He was measuring them in return. the Gene Seed was brought aboard the Grand Cruiser under guard. The Warbreed waited in low anchor above the corpse of the battlefield, its shadow passing over Hydra Cordatus like a blade drawn across a throat. It was not a beautiful vessel. Beauty belonged to Eldar lies and Imperial vanity. The Warbreed was a slab of armoured malice, all gun decks, launch bays, siege holds, and rib towers crusted with centuries of repairs. Its prow bore the iron skull. Its flanks were scored by old lance wounds and patched with plates taken from ships it had killed. Chains hung from its lower hull, each link large enough to crush a tank, and from those chains dangled the remains of prisoners left to freeze, boil, and rupture in hard vacuum. A ship was a fortress that had learned to move. Honso understood that. Within the Warbreed, everything existed to serve war. The lower decks were packed with chain gangs, ammunition haulers, indentured artificers, vat-scarred medici thralls, and press-ganged ratings who lived and died by the rhythm of loading cycles. Gun crews slept beside their macro shell hoists, because rest was an inefficiency if it required transit. Servitors were wired into targeting thrones until their spines fused with brass sockets and their exposed brains pulsed in glass bowls filled with nutrient slime. Flesh-machine interfaces lined the command galleries, where condemned pilots had their limbs amputated and their nerves threaded into navigation cradles so they could feel the ship's wounds as their own. The Warbreed did not have a crew. It had organs. Honso made his way through its iron corridors with a cohort of his newly inherited officers trailing behind him. They came armed, as all Iron Warriors came armed, even to councils and oath-takings. Their helms turned as he passed, red lenses following the movement of the necrotic battlefield grime still streaking his armour. None bowed. Good. He had no use for gestures that could not hold a breach. A mortal deck officer knelt beside a tally altar, blood leaking from one ear after a vox failure had burst the implant in his skull. He clutched a slate in shaking hands. Warsmith, he said, and nearly choked on the title. Final recovery numbers from Tor Christo. Gene seed canisters secured. Stasis integrity holds at acceptable levels. Losses among handling crews are severe, but replacement stock remains adequate. Honso took the slate. Define acceptable. The officer swallowed. Within projected tolerance, Lord. Honso looked at him. The officer began to shake harder. A deviation of less than 1/20th from expected degradation. Less imprecise. Still imprecise. Yes, Lord. Honso handed the slate back. Have the overseer flogged until he understands the difference. The officer bowed low enough that his forehead touched the deck. Iron within. This time Honso answered, not for the man, but for the warriors listening. Iron without. The words moved down the corridor like the closing of a gate. In the armoured reliquary chamber, the stolen gene seed lay within stasis coffers beneath fields of cold blue light. The glow painted the iron walls in sickly purity. Honso stood before it for a long time, alone, but not unwatched. No place aboard a warship was unwatched. Every lens, every servitor eye, every auspex bead was another form of suspicion. The gene seed was prize and curse together. It was life taken from hatred. The Imperial Fists, Dawn's sons, the wall builders, the hypocrites who had buried their future under Mechanicus locks and called it sacred while the galaxy rotted around them. Pure genetic stock slept in those caskets, each sealed progenoid a possibility. Stable, clean, unwarped, unpolluted by the centuries of fighting through the eye, by mutation, by demonic proximity, by the slow venom that had made so much of the traitor legion's inheritance unreliable. The Iron Warriors needed it. That need made it disgusting. Honso hated that. He hated necessity when it wore the face of an enemy. He hated that purity could be useful. He hated, most of all, that the same warriors who spat the word half-breed at him would breed future killers from what they had stolen from Dawn. A lesser warrior might have seen irony. Honso saw leverage. The order had already been given through Folk's surviving command strictures. The captured gene seed was to be returned to Medrengard, presented to the masters of the Legion, accounted for, distributed, folded into the endless grinding industry of Perturabo's demon world. Honso placed one gauntlet against the nearest stasis field. Not all of it. He would return enough to satisfy scrutiny, enough to prove success, enough to make the envious choke on his victory without giving them cause to unite against him at once. But not all. A portion would disappear into sealed vaults beneath the Warbreed's inner holds, hidden behind false ammunition ledgers, ghost manifests, and dead men's authorization marks. Let the other Warsmiths count crates. Let them sniff after betrayal like starved hounds. Honso would keep seed enough to plant a future that answered only to him. He summoned the Reliquary Master, a hunched dark mechanicum adept with bronze fingers and no visible face beneath a veil of surgical chains. "You will divide the stock," Honso said. The adept's voice came as a rasp of static and wet clicks. "By what classification, Warsmith?" "By ownership." The adept paused. He was enough machine to understand the danger and enough man to fear it. Clarification required. Honso turned his head slowly. "No, it is not." The adept bowed. Compliance. When the Warbreed translated into the warp, time began to rot. The Gellerfield groaned around the ship like a beast chained in a storm. Chronometers ran backward, then forward, then stopped entirely while their hands spun fast enough to crack the glass. Bells rang in empty chapels. Bulkheads sweated black condensation that gathered in the seams and dripped upward when no one watched. In the slave decks, men aged in patches. One loader entered the warp with black hair and emerged from a gun cycle with white growth sprouting from half his skull. Another became young for 7 breaths before his bones liquefied and ran down his legs inside his skin. The overseers marked both events as acceptable wastage. The astropaths screamed for 3 days without pause. Their choir chamber became a place of restrained catastrophe. Blind faces tilted towards sights no sane creature should endure. Teeth cracked under pressure. Tongues bled. One astropath clawed through his own chest with broken fingernails, convinced something in the warp had placed a second heart inside him and was whispering through it. Another spoke in Barban Folk's voice until an iron warrior shot him through the mouth. Honso ordered the corpse left in the choir chamber. Let the others learn discipline from his silence. The warp pressed close. Shapes moved beyond the viewing ports when the shutters failed. Once, across the strategium glass, something vast opened an eye the size of a moon and looked into the ship. Mortal officers fell to their knees, weeping blood from their tear ducts. One began praying to the Emperor before he remembered whose vessel he served aboard. Kroger killed him with the back of an axe. Honso watched the body slide down the steps. Faith is what weak men call ammunition when they have none left. Forik stood beside him at the war table, unmoved by the thing beyond the glass. And when they have ammunition? Then faith becomes noise, Kroger laughed. You speak like a man who thinks words can kill. Honso looked at him. They can, when spoken to gunners. Forik gave a dry click over the vox that might have been approval. The message from Torremino came as the Warbreed neared the outer tides of the Eye. It arrived in a burst of encrypted Vox data carried by a shrieking demon engine courier that tore itself apart upon delivery. The hololithic image resolved poorly at first, then sharpened into the armoured outline of another Warsmith seated upon a command throne of black iron and bone. Toromino's voice filled the strategium. Honso, Folk's named heir. How remarkable the standards of the Fourth have decayed. Several Iron Warriors turned subtly toward Honso, hungry for his reaction. He gave them none. Toromino continued. Medrengard has heard of Hydra Cordatus. The Lord of Iron will hear of it as well, perhaps. Perhaps not. Many claims are made in the eye. Many victories become smaller when counted. Honso stood with his hands behind his back. Then count carefully when I arrive. You mistake acknowledgement for acceptance. No, I mistake your voice for concern. I will correct myself. The hololith crackled. Toromino's image leaned forward. You carry a prize that belongs to the Legion. I carry a prize taken by my guns, my dead, and my command. You were given command by a creature in the moment of its transformation. Do not confuse that with legitimacy. Honso smiled then, a thin expression with no warmth in it. Legitimacy is what survives the artillery. The transmission died. Berossus sent no message. That was more dangerous. The ancient Warsmith brooded in silence, half wreck, half hatred, his power anchored in grudges old enough to fossilize. Toromino sneered because he wanted Honso to hear him. Berossus waited because he wanted Honso dead. Good. Enemies that name themselves were conveniences. Enemies that hid were opportunities awaiting pressure. Honso convened his senior warriors in the strategium as the eye dragged them inward. The war table showed not a battlefield, but possibility. Medrengard, its fortress zones, the domains of rival warsmiths, the demon forges, the slave routes, the muster pits, the black manufactoria, the old grudges mapped in iron. Forex studied the display. Returning, the gene seed will strengthen your claim. It will strengthen theirs, Honso said. Kroger slammed a fist against the table, making the hololith flicker. Then we keep it all and kill whoever comes. You would invite every warsmith on Medrengard to unite against us because you cannot distinguish appetite from strategy, Kroger snarled. And you would crawl. No, Honso said. I would build. The word settled heavier than a threat. Forex looked at him. Build what? Honso watched Medrengard rotate in the projection, a demon world of impossible topography and infinite malice. Not a raiding force, not a remnant, not another pack of bitter veterans eating itself while loyalists breed replacements faster than we can kill them. Falk gave me a grand company. I will not preserve it like a relic in a vault. Relics are for the dead. I will make it multiply. I will make warriors who owe nothing to Olympia, nothing to the old wars, nothing to the sneers of those who think blood alone grants authority. No one spoke. They understood then, or began to. The stolen gene seed was not tribute. It was foundation, a future built from enemy purity and Iron Warrior's cruelty. A blasphemy against Dawn and a challenge to every son of Perturabo who had ever called Honso lesser. Kroger's voice dropped. You mean to breed warriors. I mean to manufacture victory. Forex was silent for a long while. The Legion will hate this. Honso looked at him. The Legion already hates. The warbreed emerged from the immaterium beneath a sky that was not a sky. Medrengard filled the viewing ports. It was a nightmare of iron mountains, demon forges, slave pits, and black suns. Fortress towers rose from impossible angles, some inverted, some floating on chains of molten brass, some built into the ribs of dead gods. Rivers of slag ran through valleys where armies of slaves hauled stone until they collapsed and were fed into furnaces. Demon engines prowled across the plains, their iron hides steaming, their mouths full of flame and crushed bone. Above it all, the light was wrong. Black suns burned without warmth, casting shadows that moved before their owners. The home of the Iron Warriors did not welcome Honsou. It watched him arrive. He stood before the strategium glass, the stolen future hidden in the belly of his ship, the hatred of rivals waiting below, and the title of Warsmith still fresh enough that others thought it might be cut from him. His reflection stared back from the glass, scarred, unbowed, unaccepted. Honsou did not need acceptance. He had iron. He had enemies. He had the first stones of an empire that would be built from stolen blood, broken walls, and the screams of everyone foolish enough to call him half-breed. Medrengard waited below like the mouth of a god made from metal. Honsou smiled. Then he ordered the descent. Karlangol did not rise from Medrengard's surface so much as grow out of its suffering. It had been hammered into the demon world's iron skin with siege drills, slave bones, stolen engines, and the patient malice of a warsmith who understood that fortresses were not walls. A wall was only the outermost expression of intent. A true fortress was appetite given architecture. Calangol devoured labor, fuel, prisoners, rivals, ammunition, gene seed, and time. It consumed all things and returned only weapons. Its towers leaned over abyssal foundries, where molten slag ran in rivers broad enough to swallow armor columns. Its bastions were plated with black iron and marked by yellow hazard chevrons, each stripe scored by centuries of shellfire and the newer wounds of civil war. Gantries crossed the depths between manufactorum stacks like webs spun by mad machines. Beneath them, corpse pits steamed in the red furnace glow, filled with the failed, the spent, the disobedient, and the unclassifiable remnants of experiments no one had bothered to name. The air tasted of burned fat, hot metal, antiseptic poison, and old fear. Honso walked through it without helm or hesitation. Around him, Calangol laboured. Chain gangs dragged ammunition carts beneath the gaze of armoured overseers. Slaves with their mouths wired shut pulled cables as thick as tree trunks through pools of coolant. Servitors hung from ceiling rails, their amputated bodies fitted with cutting arms and injector clusters. Demon engines slept in vaults below, the fortress, chained by links engraved with warding script, and iron warriors' kill tallies. They growled in their dreams, iron claws scraping trenches into the floor, furnace mouths leaking flame whenever the souls bound within them remembered pain. Above the surgical furnaces, flesh smoke rose through bronze chimneys. It was pale, greasy, and sweet. Honso hated the smell, but hatred did not make him wasteful. If suffering produced warriors, then suffering had value. If bodies could be rendered into strength, then bodies were material. If souls clung too long to meat, screaming as the knives opened them and the grafting needles descended, that was only inefficiency in the process. The screams did not matter. The result mattered. That separated him from lesser monsters. Kroger would have delighted in the noise. A world eater would have drowned in it. A word bearer would have called it sacrament. Honso called it production. The savage morticians waited for him in the lower theatres. They were not warriors, not properly. They were apothecaries only in the way a plague was a physician. Their armour was stained ivory, rust red, and surgical black, its plates covered in hooks, clamps, bone saws, injector rigs, and flensing tools. Some had replaced their hands entirely with spinning arrays of blades and delicate needle fingers. Others had no visible faces, only rebreather masks sewn into muscle, lenses set into swollen scar tissue, and vox grills that clicked with clinical impatience. Beside them moved the adepts of the Dark Mechanicum, robed in oil-dark crimson, their bodies half machine and half surgical wound. They spoke in Binharic murmurings, exchanging data bursts over open bodies. To them, nerves were wires, organs were pumps, fear was chemical noise. A soul, when acknowledged at all, was residue. One of them turned as Honso entered, brass vertebrae unfolding from beneath its hood. Its voice rasped through 3 throats, 2 mechanical and 1 wet. Warsmith. Batch viability has improved by a margin of significance. Tissue rejection remains high among the latest implantation series. Warp saturation has increased aggression, but degraded long-term structural cohesion. Honso looked through the observation glass. The chamber below was not a nursery. It was not a barracks. It was not a forge, though it borrowed the language of all 3. It was a womb of iron, built from stolen gene seed, fleshcraft, warp corruption, and the patient obscenity of minds that believed creation was merely another form of conquest. The Daemonculaba hung in chains and harnesses within the vast chamber, swollen organic engines fused to frame, pipe, rune, and machine. Tubes fed them nutrient slurry. Cables pulsed with stolen bioelectricity. Injector arms plunged and withdrew. The stolen Imperial Fists gene seed rested in cold containment before it was carried into darkness and blasphemed into purpose. The process took purity and made it crawl. It took blood from Dawn's line and forced it to serve the enemies of Dawn. It took flesh and used it as a siege tunnel through the laws of nature. Within the vats and surgical cradles, new warriors struggled toward existence. Some were promising, broad-shouldered, thick-boned, their bodies growing too fast beneath skin that split and healed and split again. Others were failures from the first breath, limbs twisted backward, faces formed without eyes. Ribs grew outward like cages trying to escape the meat around them. One thing on a slab had too many mouths, and all of them were trying to speak different prayers. The mortician attending it adjusted a dial, recorded the sound, then burned out its throats one by one. Honso watched without pleasure. Pleasure was irrelevant. "How many can stand?" he asked. The savage mortician nearest him leaned over a slate made from flayed skin stretched across a cogitator frame. "Stand unaided or stand under armor support. Do not waste my time pretending those are equivalent. 16 can stand unaided. 9 may survive implantation into armor. 23 are unsuitable but retain salvageable organs. The remainder are waste." "Nothing is waste until it cannot be weaponized." The mortician bowed. Correction accepted. A scream rose from below, deeper than human, too raw to be animal. A shape tore free from a restraint cradle, dragging cables and organ tubes behind it. It was huge, muscle swollen over, malformed bone, its skin pallid and slick, its skull too broad, its spine ridged with failed black carapace growth. 2 orderlies died before the kill servitors reached it. One was smashed against a pillar hard enough to burst open, ribs and organs sliding down the metal in wet ribbons. The other was caught by the head and crushed until his jaw and brains poured between the thing's fingers. The creature howled up at the observation gallery, not in rage alone, in accusation. Honsou met its eyes. The unfleshed had that look. He had seen it before in the wastes beyond Kalangol, where the failed creations gathered in the shadow of iron mountains and hunted whatever the demon world provided. They were powerful, pitiful, monstrous things. Rejects of the process, too broken to be warriors, too strong to be discarded cleanly. The morticians called them failed stock. The Dark Mechanicum called them residual aggression platforms. Honso called them consequences. They wanted fathers. That was the obscenity of them. Not their malformed limbs, not their split skin, not the wet heat of their half-born bodies. They wanted meaning. They wanted to know why they had been made and cast away. They wanted names from masters who had only ever assigned numbers. In the wastes, they clothed themselves in scraps of armor and hides stripped from lesser beasts. They whispered of the Iron Father with the tragic hunger of abandoned weapons. Honso had no pity for them, but he understood usefulness when it wore sorrow like a wound. Below, the escaped thing was brought down under electro-goads and hooked chains. It kept fighting after its knees shattered. A kill servitor drove a saw through its neck, but the blade jammed halfway. The creature's blood sprayed across 3 surgical adepts in thick, dark sheets. Its final cry shook the glass. "Dissect it," Honsou said. "Find what made it strong enough to break the cradle." "And the instability?" asked the mortician. "Learn from that as well." The fortress shuddered. Dust fell from the ceiling in black curtains. Warning klaxons sounded through the lower levels, followed by the deep concussion of distant artillery. Honso did not look toward the ceiling. He knew the rhythm of bombardment. He could identify the caliber by the way stone and iron complained. Torremino's guns. Berossus would not waste shells on outer bastions. Berossus would wait for weakness, then drive inward with siege engines. Torremino wanted theatre. Berossus wanted the kill. The vox bead implanted behind Honso's ear clicked alive. "Warsmith," came the voice of a fortress officer, tight with the fear of imprecision. Outer Bastion 8 reports sustained impact from Torremino's western batteries. Shield degradation within projected tolerance. Enemy armor columns advance beneath smoke cover. Berossus banners sighted beyond the north ridges. Honso turned from the observation glass. "So they have remembered courage." "Orders, Lord." "Let Torremino spend shells. Counterfire only when his guns overheat. Mark Berossus's approach lanes and flood them with mines. Not the good mines, the unstable ones." A pause. "The unstable mines may detonate prematurely. Then they will still detonate. Iron within, Lord. Iron without." The chamber doors opened behind him. Onyx entered without announcement. The demon-possessed Iron Warrior moved like a threat that had taught itself discipline. His armor was blackened iron, swollen in places where something beneath had pushed against the ceramite from within. Horns of warped metal curved from one pauldron. Cables hung like tendons from his backpack. His helm lenses burned with ember light, but behind them was not merely a warrior's gaze. Something else looked out through him, ancient, amused, and chained only by circumstance. Onyx was not loyal. Not as mortals understood the word. Not even as Iron Warriors abused it. He remained at Honso's side because Honso was dangerous, because Honso offered war, because Honso had not yet become boring enough to betray. That was sufficient. "Torremino throws tantrums at your walls," Onyx said. His voice was layered, one tone ceramite deep, another whispering from somewhere wet and far away. Berossus crawls behind him like a carrion beetle beneath a corpse. Then both behave as expected. Expected things still kill. Only commanders who stop measuring them. Onyx laughed softly. The sound made the surgical instruments tremble on their hooks. "You built a womb inside a fortress inside hell, half-breed. and now hell objects. Honso looked at him. Does it? Everything does, eventually. Another impact shook the theatre. This one was closer. A rupture warning flashed across a wall rune. The Dark Mechanicum adepts continued their work without looking up. Beneath them, the Daemonculaba pulsed and shuddered, indifferent to artillery, indifferent to rivalry, indifferent to the screams of those who had been used to make it function. Honso walked to a side altar where a tactical hololith flickered into being. Karlan Gol appeared in harsh red and iron grey, its bastions marked by damage runes, its lower manufactoria by production reports, its outer approaches by enemy movements. Toromino's sigils burned to the west, Barossus to the north. Other minor warbands circled farther out, waiting for weakness like knives waiting for a throat. Medrengard was not a world. It was an argument conducted by artillery. Seal the lower flesh vaults, Honso said. Move viable stock to the inner chambers, kill anything that cannot be moved, and harvest what remains. Bring the unfleshed packs toward the eastern ravines. The mortician beside him inclined its head. They are difficult to command. Do not command them. Lure them. With what bait? Honso watched Toromino's batteries flash on the hololith. Recognition. Onyx made another low sound. Cruel. Efficient. Before the mortician could respond, another signal cut into the fortress systems. Not Iron Warriors. Not Dark Mechanicum. Not the crude thunder of a rival Warsmith's assault cant. This was cleaner, disciplined, masked behind stolen codes and tight beam bursts. A loyalist intrusion signal, brief and gone. Honso stilled. For one moment, all the violence of Karlan Gol seemed to recede into silence. Replay, he said. A rune flickered. The signal returned in fragments, authentication ghosts, Imperial encryption, Astartes pattern, not Imperial Fists, not this time, Ultramarines. Onyx's demon light brightened, far from Macraga. Exiles, Honso said. The word came from intelligence scraps, from slave interrogations, from rumours crawling through the eye. Uriel Ventris, Pausanias, Ultramarines cast out beneath a death oath, hunting the source of an abomination they did not yet fully understand. Loyalists were predictable in their virtues. Show them a horror, and they would come to destroy it. Tell them it was impossible, and they would call impossibility duty. The savage mortician clicked its injector fingers together. Intruders within Karlan Gol? Soon, Honso said, if not already. Shall I purge the outer galleries? No, let them enter deeper. Onyx turned his helm toward him. You want them close. I want to know what they came willing to die for. He already knew, of course. The Daemonculaba. The Loyalists would burn it if they could. They would spend their lives to do it. They would call that honor. Honsou understood honor well enough to use it as a leash. The first confirmed contact came within the hour. A kill team of mortal thralls failed to report from a maintenance artery beneath the 3rd Surgical Foundry. Their picked feed showed only a blur of blue armor, a flash of a power weapon, and the wet ruin of bodies falling in pieces. Then another angle, brief but clear. An ultramarine in battered warplate, moving with disciplined fury. Beside him, a larger warrior whose arms shimmered strangely when struck by light. Honso leaned closer to the image. The arm was not ceramite. It was living metal, silver black and impossible, flowing around impacts rather than breaking beneath them. Necrodermis, Xenos metal, Necron artifice, fused to an ultramarine as if the galaxy itself had decided to mock purity. For the first time that day, Honso smiled. Pause. The image froze on Pausanias, driving his strange arm through the chest of a servitor guard, the metal limb reshaping at the point of impact, elegant and murderous. Onyx saw the smile. A trophy? No, Honso said. A tool. The Ultramarine may object. Then remove the rest of him. The Vox filled with reports now. Intruders in the lower transit ducts. Intruders near the waste furnaces. Intruders bypassing turret nests with stolen clearance codes. Torremino's artillery intensified as if the rival Warsmith could smell internal weakness. Berossus's first siege engines reached the northern mine belts and began to die there, one by one, lighting the ravines with dirty fire. Calth shook under attack from without while loyalists crawled through its guts within. Good. Let the fortress become honest. Honso issued orders with calm precision. Close the outer doors behind the Ultramarines. Vent toxins through the ducts behind them, not before them. Force them toward the surgical levels. Leave gaps where courage would see opportunity. Withdraw the heavier guards from the obvious approaches. Place them where retreat would become necessary. Ready chain nets, stasis hooks, and cutting frames in the third theatre. Prepare restraints for an Astartes body. Prepare specialized containment for the necrodermis limb. The savage morticians listened like priests receiving liturgy. And the Daemonculaba? One asked. Honsou looked down through the glass at the pulsing engines of flesh and iron, at his stolen future, at the blasphemy that could make warriors from hate. They came to destroy it, he said, so they must see it first. Another impact struck Calth. The lights dimmed. In the darkness, the Daemonculaba writhed. The surgical furnaces roared higher. Across the fortress, alarms howled as Torremino and Berossus tightened their noose. In the lower dark, Uriel Ventris and Pausanias moved deeper into the nightmare, carrying their death oath like a blade against a mountain. Honso turned toward the exit, Onyx following at his shoulder like a chained sin. Take the arm, the Warsmith said. Then Calth closed around the Ultramarines. Calth shook as if Medrengard itself had seized the fortress in its claws and begun to worry it apart. The demon-forged valleys beyond the outer bastions vanished beneath artillery fire. Torremino's batteries spoke from the west in rolling thunder, their shells crawling with warp light as they arced across the poisoned sky. Berossus answered from the north with heavier guns, slower guns, patient guns, siege pieces that spat black iron, and screaming demons bound into casings. Where the shells struck, stone did not merely shatter, it bled. It opened like flesh. It cried out in voices stolen from the slaves buried in its foundations. Iron warriors killed iron warriors beneath that impossible sky. They did it without shame, without hesitation, without the weakness of asking why. Torremino's siege towers ground across the ash plains on caterpillar tracks taller than hab blocks, their flanks plated in brass and black iron, their upper galleries crowded with havocs, chain gunners, and flesh-bound artillery thralls. Calth's guns found them, measured them, dissected them. Macro shells punched through one tower's lower engine vault and turned its entire belly into fire. The structure leaned, groaned, and collapsed into the ravine beside it, spilling warriors, slaves, ammunition, and molten demon flesh into the depths. Men fell screaming for long seconds before the dark swallowed them. The tower's guns kept firing as it died, possessed machine spirits too hateful to accept ruin. In the northern killing fields, Berossus's engines pushed forward through mine belts and corpse traps. The first rank vanished in chained detonations, whole armoured transports lifting from the ground before coming apart in rainstorms of ceramite, tracks, meat, and burning oil. The iron warriors inside died as they had lived, cursing, firing, clawing from wreckage, dragging themselves through their own spilled organs to reach the next patch of cover. Calth Gol's defenders shot them there. No challenge was given. No oath was exchanged. No brother was recognized. The long war had taught them all the same truth. Iron did not forgive iron for standing in its way. Deep within the fortress, where the thunder outside became a constant pressure in the bones, Uriel Ventris moved through a passage that stank of opened bodies. His armor was scorched, scored, and slick with fluids that his helm's autosenses refused to identify. Pausanias followed close behind him, broad and grim, the strange metal of his arm catching the surgical glow in ripples of black silver. Around them, the corridor walls pulsed with embedded cables and fleshy conduits. Some were machine, some were not. They ran beneath plates of riveted iron like veins under diseased skin, throbbing in rhythm with the engines of the fortress. Uriel had seen war before. He had seen worlds eaten by the great devourer, cities burned, men broken, honor tested under the weight of impossible command. He had seen the Imperium in all its cruelty and necessity. He had seen chaos wear many faces. Calth Gol was different. It was not madness. Madness would have been easier to condemn. This was order, deliberate, measured, catalogued. Every scream had a place. Every corpse had a destination. Every atrocity served a ledger entry in Honso's hidden arithmetic. They passed a chamber where failed aspirants hung from chains, their bodies swollen beyond human proportion, their bones wrong beneath split skin. Some were dead. Some had not been permitted that release. Surgical servitors moved among them, cutting away tissue, draining fluids, extracting organs that were placed into labelled containers by Dark Mechanicum adepts. A thing without a face turned toward Uriel as he passed and made a sound through a throat that had been opened and stitched around a brass tube. Pausanias raised his bolter. Uriel stopped him with a gesture. "Save the round." Pausanias looked at the thing, then back to his captain. "It suffers." "All of Medrengard suffers," Uriel said. His voice was cold because it had to be. "We came to end the cause." That was the truth that pressed harder with every step. Mere survival was nothing. Escape was nothing. To pass through this fortress and leave its womb of iron intact would be failure dressed as prudence. Their death oath had not brought them here to witness. It had brought them to destroy. The first trap sprang at the next junction. The floor opened beneath them in 6 places, not enough to swallow an Astartes, but enough to break rhythm. Servo claws snapped from the walls. Chain nets dropped from overhead, their barbs crackling with stasis fields. Gun servitors unfolded from alcoves that had looked like shrine recesses, multi-lasers whining to full charge. Uriel moved before the machines finished waking. His blade cut the first chain net from the air. Pausanias took the brunt of the opening volley on his necrodermis arm, the living metal flowing and hardening beneath impact, sparks crawling across its surface like angry insects. Uriel fired into the nearest servitor's exposed brain case. The shell detonated inside the skull bowl, spraying grey matter and nutrient gel across the wall. More fire came from above. Not random, angled, forcing them left. "Honso," Pausanias voxed. Uriel ducked beneath a rotary blade and drove his sword through the torso of a flesh-stitched guard. Yes. The fortress was fighting them with a commander's mind. It closed paths that seemed safe and opened paths that looked costly but possible. It gave them enemies they could kill quickly, then punished the seconds spent killing them. It bled them of ammunition. It measured their reactions. Somewhere in Kalangol, Honso was not chasing them. He was shaping them. They broke through the junction, leaving shattered servitors and twitching meat behind, only to find the next passage lined with dead slaves nailed upright to the walls. Their mouths had been wired open, vox beads had been implanted in their throats. As Uriel and Pausanias advanced, Honso's voice came from every corpse at once. Ultramarines, still proceeding forward, still mistaking motion for progress. Uriel did not answer. One of the corpses jerked as if pulled by invisible strings. Its ruined lips trembled around the implanted speaker. You came for the womb. You came to prove duty can cleanse what you do not have the strength to understand. Look closely as you pass. This is not indulgence. This is industry. Pausanias fired into the nearest corpse, silencing that throat. The others kept speaking. You breed warriors by tradition, by prayer, by the slow rot of your Imperium's gene vaults. I breed them by will. Uriel cut through the next door. Behind it waited the savage morticians. They descended from the ceiling on spinal harnesses and surgical cables, white and black armor glistening with oil, blades unfolding from their arms in wet metallic fans. They did not roar. They did not curse. They spoke in flat clinical bursts, diagnosing the Ultramarines even as they attacked. Subject 1 displays elevated aggression response, gene lineage stable, combat doctrine predictable. Subject 2 carries Xenos integration anomaly, priority extraction. They came for Uriel first with needles filled with warp-reactive toxins, bone saws shrieking, injector claws stabbing for armor seals. He met them with blade and bolter. One mortician lost its head to a point-blank shot, the skull bursting inside its surgical hood and spraying black blood across the ceiling. Another drove a drill into Uriel's pauldron, biting through ceramite, forcing him to slam the thing into the wall hard enough to break its spine. It continued working with its hands until Pausanias crushed its chest with his metal fist. The necrodermis arm passed through the mortician's breastplate as if the armor were soft wax. The creature looked down at the wound with apparent interest before Uriel cut it apart. That was when the stasis hook caught Pausanias. It came from beneath the floor, launched by a hidden emitter and guided by malign intelligence. The field locked around his necrodermis arm, slowing its movement, forcing the living metal to stiffen. Chain clamps fired from the walls, wrapping his torso, his shoulder, his wrist. Pausanias roared and pulled hard enough to tear the first anchors from the stone, but the second and third held. Gun servitors emerged, not to kill, but to drive Uriel back with disciplined fire. Pausanias, Uriel voxed. Go, Pausanias snarled. Do what we came to do. Uriel did not go. He carved through two servitors and reached for his brother. The floor between them exploded upward. Iron shutters crashed down. The corridor split, separating them behind layered adamantine. Through a narrowing gap, Uriel saw Pausanias still fighting, saw morticians closing around him, saw the necrodermis arms straining against the stasis field like a captured serpent. Then the shutters sealed. In the surgical theatre beyond, Honso watched the Ultramarine struggle. Pausanias had killed 3 more attendants before the paralytic harpoons fully took hold. Even then, his hatred remained awake in his eyes. Honso admired that in the same way he admired a strong wall. It made the taking more meaningful. The savage morticians secured the warrior to an iron frame. Restraints thicker than tank chains locked over his limbs. The necrodermis arm continued to shift against its bindings, reshaping itself, testing, learning. Honso stepped closer, helm under one arm, his scarred face lit by the pale gleam of the alien metal. Pausanias spat blood at him. Thief. Honso looked down at the gobbet on his breastplate. Correct. You will die for this. Eventually, not from you. The morticians began cutting. They did not rush. Rushing was for amateurs and berserkers. They severed armor first, then nerve links, then tissue blackened by the necrodermis integration. Pausanias did not beg. Honso would have despised him if he had. He roared until blood ran from his mouth and the frame bent beneath his strength. The morticians worked through it all, speaking to each other in clipped notations, naming tendons, stress responses, rejection factors, and opportunities. When the arm came free, it did not look severed. It looked offended. The living metal writhed in the containment field, silver black and hungry for form. Honso extended his hand. The chief mortician hesitated. Warsmith, integration is uncertain. The Xenos material has already adapted to one host. Rejection may be catastrophic. Honso stared at him. The mortician bowed and prepared the grafting frame. Pain followed. It came without dignity, without revelation, without the poetry sorcerers promised when they spoke of transformation. The necrodermis burned cold as it met Honso's flesh. It crawled into nerve pathways. It tasted his blood and rejected it. Then it learned him. It flowed around bone, into muscle, through the stump prepared by saws and binding clamps. Honso's jaw locked hard enough to crack one of his own teeth. He did not scream. Screaming changed nothing. He watched the metal become his. Not a miracle, not a gift, possession. It was his because he had taken it. It was his because Pausanias had lacked the strength to keep it. It was his because the galaxy belonged to those who could force matter, flesh, and fate to obey. The newly grafted arm flexed. The theatre lights shimmered across its surface. Honso smiled. Then Berossus breached the northern citadel. The impact rolled through Karlan Gol like the hammer of a god. The upper bastions split. Enemy iron warriors poured through the wound beneath covering fire, their armor marked by Berossus's sigils, their siege shields locked, their guns firing as they advanced over the bodies of their own dead. At the same time, Torremino's western batteries intensified, hammering the shield generators until one collapsed in a bloom of blue flame. Demon engines in the lower vaults howled against their chains, sensing weakness, straining towards slaughter. Karlan Gol became a war of all directions. Honso strode from the theatre with his new arm still wet from grafting fluids. Onyx joined him at the junction, demon light boiling in his helm lenses. "You are leaking," Onyx said. "So is the fortress." "That concerns me less." Honso flexed the necrodermis hand. "It should." They met Berossus's vanguard in the foundry approach, where gantries crossed above corpse pits and furnace mouths opened in the walls. Iron warriors fought iron warriors at ranges too close for doctrine and too hateful for restraint. Bolters detonated bodies against railings. Chainblades bit through neck seals. A Havoc's missile struck a demon engine chain and freed the thing bound beneath the floor. It erupted upward in a storm of lynx and black fire, seized friend and foe alike, and fed them screaming into the furnace cage of its chest. Honso killed through the chaos with cold purpose. His new arm punched through a siege shield, flowed around the reinforced plate, and crushed the warrior's throat inside his helm. He tore the body aside and fired over it into the next rank. Onyx moved beside him like a possessed shadow, laughing with more than one mouth as claws ripped open ceramite and exposed the steaming meat within. Then the unfleshed came. They poured from the eastern ravines and lower waste tunnels, drawn by the promise of the Iron Father, by the scent of their makers. by abandonment sharpening into revenge. They were huge, malformed, terrible things, wearing scraps of armor and hides, some with broken helms strapped to misshapen skulls, some carrying weapons too crude for any legionary, but heavy enough to break transhuman bone. They fell upon Toromino's troops first, then Berossus's vanguard, then Honsou's own surgical adepts. They did not care about banners. They knew creators, tormentors, and liars. A mortician tried to command them with coded shock pulses. An unfleshed caught him in both hands and pulled him apart from groin to throat, showering itself in black organs and surgical fluids. It screamed while it killed him, a wordless cry that sounded almost like grief. Far below, Uriel Ventris reached the Daemonculaba. He came bloodied, wounded, alone for a time, yet unbroken. Pausanias would live, though maimed. That knowledge, confirmed through loyalist stubbornness and the refusal of a space marine to die when hatred still had use for him, burned in the back of Uriel's mind. Before him stretched Honsou's greatest obscenity. The womb of iron pulsed, chained to machines, surrounded by vats, screaming with the voices of those trapped within its process. Uriel did not hesitate. He placed charges where the morticians had built redundancies. He cut conduits that fed the growth chambers. He overloaded stasis regulators, smashed control shrines, and turned the fortress's own power into a weapon against the thing it sustained. The Daemonculaba began to die slowly at first, then all at once. Flesh split, iron frames buckled, vats ruptured, spilling half-formed giants and chemical sludge across the floor. Surgical engines shrieked in binary panic. The air filled with steam, blood mist, and the wet percussion of organs bursting under pressure. When the charges detonated, the heart of Karlan Gol became red light. Honsou felt it through the floor, not as sound, not first, as absence. The production feeds went dead. The surgical networks screamed and vanished. The future he had stolen from Hydra Cordatus, the industry he had built from forbidden fleshcraft and enemy gene seed, the answer to every sneer of half-breed, every ancient warrior's contempt, every rival's calculation, broke apart beneath him. For the first time since Folk had named him, Honsou's hatred became personal. Ventris, he said. He found the Ultramarine amid collapsing ruins, beneath a ceiling raining sparks and blood, with dead morticians scattered around him and the corpse of the Daemonculaba burning behind him. Uriel turned as Honsou entered the chamber. For a moment, neither moved. Then they came together. Bolter, blade, fist, necrodermis. Uriel fought with the controlled fury of Ultramar, every motion disciplined despite exhaustion, every strike meant to kill. Honsou fought like a fortress collapsing outward, turning wounds into angles, using debris, bodies, and failing machinery as weapons. His new arm caught Uriel's blade and flowed around its edge. Uriel drove a knee into Honsou's abdomen and fired at point-blank range. Honsou's pauldron blew apart. He headbutted the Ultramarine hard enough to crack both helms. Around them, Karlan Gol died by inches. A surviving unfleshed crashed into the chamber, howling at Honsou with recognition and accusation. It seized a mortician corpse and hurled it aside, then lunged. Honsou shot it twice, but it kept coming until Uriel cut through its spine. The creature fell between them, reaching upward with one malformed hand. "Iron Father!" it rasped. Honsou stepped over it. Uriel saw the motion, saw the contempt, saw everything he needed to know. Their final exchange was a blur of smoke and ruin. Honsou drove the necrodermis fist into Uriel's chest, cracking ceramite and driving him back. Uriel fell, rolled, came up with his bolter in both hands. Honsou advanced. The shot struck the back of Honsou's head. For a heartbeat, there was no pain, only impact. Then the world became white thunder and black iron. His skull opened under the force. His helm burst outward in fragments. Blood, bone, and meat sprayed across the floor. He fell forward, one hand clawing at nothing, the necrodermis arm spasming as if trying to keep him upright by hatred alone. He hit the ground amid the wreckage of his life's work. Uriel Ventris left him there. Kaelan Gol burned around the corpse that was not yet a corpse. Time passed in broken pieces. Honso woke inside ruin. He could not see from one eye. His thoughts crawled through pain thick as tar. Each breath tasted of blood and pulverized bone. Something wet moved down the back of his neck. His hearts hammered unevenly. Warning icons flashed and died across the remnants of his helm display. The fortress groaned above him, collapsing chamber by chamber. Far away, iron warriors still killed each other. Demons howled from broken chains. The unfleshed screamed in triumph, grief, or hunger. It no longer mattered. His fingers dug into the floor. The necrodermis arm responded first, flexing, dragging, anchoring itself into cracked iron. It pulled him forward an inch, then another. His legs twitched. One worked. The other burned with nerve damage. He crawled through blood, glass, ash, and the cooling remains of the Daemonculaba. He had been named half-breed. He had been denied loyalty. He had taken a fortress world, stolen gene seed, built a future, claimed an enemy's arm, survived rivals, demons, and loyalist hatred. Uriel Ventris had left him unfinished. That was the Ultramarine's failure. Honso dragged himself over a fallen beam, leaving a black-red trail behind him. His mouth filled with blood. He spat it onto the floor and laughed once, though it came out as a broken choke. Ventris, he whispered. The name was not a curse. It was a target. He crawled deeper into the ruin while Kaelan Gol died above him, bleeding, mutilated, alive by dark fortune and impossible spite. Uriel Ventris would learn the cost of unfinished work. Honso would teach him in worlds. Kaelan Gol had died, but Honso had not. That was the only victory left worth naming. His fortress had been broken open upon the iron plains of Medrengard, its bastions split, its manufactoria gutted, its corpse pits buried beneath their own dead. The Daemonculaba was ash and ruin. The surgical wombs were shattered. The savage morticians were dead, scattered, fled, or dragged screaming into the wastes by the malformed things they had made and abandoned. The rival Warsmiths had paid in blood for every metre of ground, but Honso had paid in something rarer, momentum. The Civil War had left him alive, and in the eye of terror, survival had a gravity of its own. Warriors who would not kneel to honour would kneel to endurance. Fortresses could be rebuilt. Ammunition could be stolen. Slaves could be harvested from 100 screaming worlds. Pride was harder to replace, and Honso's had been wounded so deeply that it no longer resembled pride at all. It had become purpose. He sat upon the command throne of the Warbreed, while chirurgeons cut blackened bone fragments from the back of his skull and sealed torn flesh with staples, cautery hooks, and pain needles. He permitted no anesthetic. Pain was information. Pain told him where damage ended and will began. The necrodermis arm rested across the throne's iron grip, its surface shifting in slow liquid patterns, reflecting the command deck's corpse light in silver-black ripples. His officers stood below him, none near enough to appear familiar, none far enough to seem afraid. They were afraid regardless. The Warbreed's bridge was dim and furnace hot. chain gangs worked below grated decks, hauling shell cradles and fuel cables through steam thick with oil reek. Flesh machine interfaces lined the command stations. Men without limbs hung in brass harnesses, their spines plugged into cogitator thrones, their eyes sewn open so they could stare forever into targeting runes and auger feeds. When one of them misread a void current and stammered an incorrect bearing, an overseer shot him through the temple and left the corpse connected until another navigator thrall could be wired into the warm socket. Honsou liked that. The ship understood him better than warriors did. Cordatus Grendel came aboard after the ruin, walking through the strategium as though every soul inside it had already been tried and found amusingly insufficient. He was iron warriors to the marrow, murderous without Kroger's frothing hunger, cruel without Foryx's tired restraint. His armor bore old wounds and newer trophies. He smiled too often for a son of Perturabo, and every smile promised that someone nearby would suffer for his entertainment before the day ended. "You have less than you had," Grendel said, looking at the damaged command deck, the patched banners, the replacement officers still learning which silences meant death. Honsou did not look down at him. "Yet you came. I follow profitable ruin. Then stand where I tell you and profit." Grendel laughed. "There he is. I wondered how much skull Ventress left inside your head." The bridge went still. Honsou's necrodermis fingers flexed once against the throne. Grendel watched them and smiled wider, but he did not reach for a weapon. That was why he was useful. He enjoyed danger, but he understood distance. A warrior who could murder and measure in the same breath had value. Arderic Varnes came with other renegades, hollow-eyed killers in stolen plate, men who had once served under loyal banners and now survived between oaths like jackals among battlefields. Varnes was not Iron Warriors. He lacked their contempt for ornamented feeling, their instinct for stone, their reverence for the mathematics of breaking. But he had bitterness, and bitterness could be sharpened. Honsou did not need devotion from him, he needed use. "You know the Loyalists," Honsou said when Varnes was brought before him. "I was one." "No, you wore their colours. That is not the same as knowing them." Vanny's jaw tightened. "What do you require?" "The shape of shame, the way Loyalists remember failure, the names of worlds a hero thinks belong to him because fools still speak his deeds there." Vanny studied him for a long moment. "This is about Ventress." Honsou stood from the throne. The chirurgeon behind him withdrew a cautery needle from his scalp with a wet click. "Everything useful is about leverage." The newborn was kept below, in a cell lined with hexagrammic scoring and iron restraints too heavy for a mortal vehicle to tow. It was not a man. It was not an Astartes in any clean sense. It was a living insult shaped from stolen legacy, corrupted process, and the genetic shadow of Uriel Ventress. The thing wore flesh as if flesh had been forced to grow around hate. Its face had suggestions of nobility ruined by its making, features that almost resembled the ultramarine whose stolen essence haunted its blood. Almost was enough. Almost made it obscene. When Honsou visited, the newborn knelt in its chains and looked up with eyes full of need, confusion, and murder. "Father," it said. The word meant nothing to Honsou. Still, he allowed it. "Stand." The newborn obeyed, chains, groaning. "You were made from an enemy," Honsou told it. "That is your first truth. You were denied completion. That is your second. You exist because I chose that your existence would wound him. That is your only purpose until I give you another." The newborn breathed through clenched teeth. Its hands opened and closed. each finger ending in thick nails like dull claws. Ventris. Yes. The name passed through the cell like a scent. Honso had wanted Macragga. Of course he had. Every enemy of Ultramar dreamed of blackening that jewel, of cracking the fortress monasteries, of dragging blue-armoured corpses down the steps of their perfect cities, of silencing the proud heart of Guilliman's realm. But wanting a wall down did not make guns appear, and Honso was no frothing champion to throw remnants against invincible bastions for the poetry of dying angrily. Macragga could wait. A fortress was not assaulted at its strongest gate unless the commander was a fool. Ventris had other walls: memory, reputation, the stories lesser men told about him when the dark closed in, worlds that still breathed because he had once stood there with a bolter in his hands and defied extinction. Honso studied those worlds the way he studied fortress schematics. Tarsus Ultra rose to the surface of his attention like a wound refusing to scar. The world had already known apocalypse. The Tyranids had come for it once, descending in endless hunger, turning the sky into a membrane of wings and spores, reducing battlefields to digestion pits and forests to feeding grounds. Uriel Ventris had been there. His name clung to the planet's survival like a purity seal nailed to rotten steel. Men remembered him. Priests thanked the Emperor for him. Administratum ledgers recorded impossible casualty figures beside survival annotations. Tarsus Ultra lived, and because it lived, it testified that Ventris had mattered. Honso chose it for that reason. The attack did not begin with drums or war cries. It began with clearance codes harvested from dead men, with false pilgrim traffic, with a crippled freighter asking for emergency anchor rights in a voice assembled from stolen Vox fragments. Defense platform. Ultra 9 accepted the approach after 13 authentication exchanges and 2 prayer rites to the machine spirits of its augur arrays. The platform hung above Tarsus Ultra like a mailed fist, bristling with orbital defense cannons, missile vaults, Auspex shrines, and payload chambers designed to scour threats from the upper atmosphere before they reached the world below. The Warbreed did not approach openly. Smaller craft did. Boarding pods moved in the shadow of debris. Renegade kill teams cut into maintenance locks. Scrap code entered the platform's systems like a fever. By the time the first alarm sounded, the Iron Warriors were already inside. Honso led the central breach. The platform's defenders were disciplined mortals, naval armsmen, station militia, tech adepts, and gun crews who had lived their whole lives beneath the belief that duty had weight. They died beneath a heavier thing. Bolters roared in corridors too narrow for mercy. Armsmen in void armor fired shotguns and lascar binds from behind barricades of ammunition crates. Iron warriors advanced through the storm, shoulder plates scraping the walls, killing with controlled bursts. A mortal officer tried to rally a countercharge at the junction before the payload vaults. Grendel shot both of the man's legs away and laughed as the officer fell forward into his own spreading blood. The men behind him broke. Grendel killed them as they ran, not because it was necessary, but because the corridor was long and his aim was good. Varnes and the renegades took the secondary command spine. They fought like men who remembered loyalist doctrine well enough to hate it. Varnes cut down a station sergeant who shouted for the Emperor, then slammed the dying man against a cogitator bank and used his body to absorb the return fire from behind the next bulkhead. The Mechanicus adepts resisted longest in the orbital payload sanctum. They sealed themselves behind blast doors and filled the inner chamber with machine prayer. Their binharic chants came through the walls in bursts of sacred static. Blessed actuator, endure. Sanctified chamber, deny. Omnissiah witness the preservation of holy function. Honsou listened for a few seconds. Then he turned to the captured platform engine seer kneeling beside the breach controls. The man's lower jaw had been removed for disobedience. His blood ran down the front of his red robes in steady threads. Open it. The engine seer shook his head, eyes wide with terror and faith. Honso crouched before him. Your god is a machine. Machines obey force better than prayer. The engine seer trembled. Honso placed the necrodermis hand over the man's skull. The living metal shifted, fingers narrowing like tools. It pressed in slowly. Bone cracked beneath silver-black pressure. The engine seer thrashed, feet hammering against the deck. His implants sparked. His remaining throat opened in a sound wet with blood. Open it, Honso repeated. The door opened. The adepts inside died among their sacred instruments. Grendel broke one over a missile console, splitting his spine against the brass edge. An iron warrior with a heavy flamer washed 3 more in chemical fire until their robes became screaming torches and their augmetic limbs locked in devotional poses. Honso walked through the chamber as his warriors killed around him, reading the payload designations. There, Heraclitus. The viral payload rested within a sealed launch cradle marked by Mechanicus quarantine sigils and dead world warnings. It was not a bomb in the crude sense. It was worse because it was patient. Spores, engineered plague matrices, Xenos-derived biological catalysts, atmospheric conversion triggers. A weapon made to unmake ecosystems. A weapon locked away because even the Imperium, in its hypocrisy, feared some tools until desperation forced its hand. Honso admired that. Fear was a seal. Seals existed to be broken. The station commander, bleeding from a dozen wounds, dragged himself across the payload sanctum floor with one working arm. His cap was gone. Half his face hung loose from shrapnel. He reached for a manual abort lever, fingers slipping in blood. Honso watched him crawl. You cannot, the commander rasped. There are billions below. Yes, civilians, regiments, cities. The world survived the devourer. I know. The commander looked up, and in his ruined expression, Honso saw the moment understanding arrived. Not rage, not courage, understanding. The knowledge that the world below had not been chosen for military necessity alone. You monster. Honso considered that and found it imprecise. No. A monster kills because hunger tells it to. I kill because memory has architecture. He stepped on the man's reaching hand and crushed the bones into pulp. Then he gave the launch order. The Heraclitus payload fell from defense platform Ultra 9 in a halo of false light. From orbit, Tarsus Ultra looked almost peaceful. Cloud bands curled over oceans. Cities glittered faintly on the night side. Agricultural belts lay like dark green scars across continents still healing from the Tyrannid invasion. Defense lasers rose from the surface too late, confused by the platform's own authorization runes. The payload broke apart in the upper atmosphere, not as fire, but as a spreading veil. Spores scattered on high winds. Microscopic seeds rode storm systems. Viral blooms entered the lungs of birds, grox herds, men, and machines with organic filters. Rain carried infection into soil. Rivers became delivery veins. The first towers grew within hours. They erupted from fields as pale fungal spears, splitting irrigation lines and lifting farm habs from their foundations. Their surfaces pulsed with wet membranes. Spores drifted from them in glittering clouds that killed insects first, then livestock, then men. Workers ran from the fields coughing black foam, only to collapse as growths rooted through their lungs and flowered through their mouths. Cities sealed their gates. It did not matter. The oxygen began to thin. The Heraclitus infection fed on atmosphere as much as flesh. It drank the world's breath and replaced it with rot. Manufactoria sirens wailed until power grids failed under fungal overgrowth. Hab blocks became tombs as ventilation systems clogged with grey tendrils. Families died in sealed rooms, clutching ration masks, eyes bulging as the air turned hostile. Planetary defense regiments deployed in full gear and burned entire districts, only for the ash to seed new blooms. Tanks drove through avenues carpeted in spore flesh, their tracks fouling, their crews suffocating inside sealed hulls. When filters clogged with living matter, continents changed colour. Green became grey. Grey became black. Black became a wet, alien red. From the platform's observation gallery, Honso watched the world die. He did not laugh. He did not raise his arms to the gods. He did not chant the praises of ruin. He had no need to perform cruelty for witnesses. The act was enough. On the tactical displays, population centres flickered from amber to crimson to dead white. Billions of lives moved through a ledger of extinction. Defence networks collapsed. Emergency broadcasts overlapped into a choir of panic, prayer, command failure, and choking. A governor begged for aid. A colonel ordered his men to hold the western cordons until his voice dissolved in coughing. A priest declared that the emperor protected, then screamed for water, then went silent. The newborn stood beside Honso, its huge shape hunched beneath the viewing arch, watching the spreading death below with childlike intensity. "Ventris?" it asked. Honso's gaze remained on the planet. "Now he will know I remember him." The message was prepared before withdrawal. In the platform's central shrine, beneath the broken statue of the Emperor and the hanging remains of the station's command staff, Honso placed an ultramarine's helm upon the deck. It had been taken from a battlefield long before, its blue paint scarred, one eye lens cracked, the white inverted omega still visible beneath grime. Into the metal beside it, he had words cut not by blade, but by the necrodermis fingers of his stolen arm. Not a boast, not a prayer, a direction, a reminder that the atrocity had a name behind it.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
When the Mechanicus investigators arrived later, sealed in quarantine landers and walking through the dead platform with rad sensors, servo skulls, and trembling logic engines, they found the helm waiting in the shrine. Around it, the air still stank of cooked blood and extinguished incense. One Magos recorded the scene in silence while his attendants sampled the carved message, the residue of Xeno's metal, the trajectory data, the failure of the sanctified locks, the pattern of slaughter. Below them, Tarsus Ultra no longer cried out. Its broadcasts had ceased. Its cities were dark. Its oceans were filmed with alien scum. Its continents steamed beneath spore forests tall as hive spires. Its atmosphere had become a poison shroud. The world that had survived the Tyranids had been murdered after its salvation, not by hunger, not by the blind instinct of the great devourer, but by calculation. Honso had not needed billions of warriors. He had needed access, memory, and a single weapon placed with precision. As the warbreed translated away from the system, Tarsus Ultra turned behind it, a dead rock wrapped in rot, its billions reduced to silence. That was the shape of Honsou's cruelty. Not rage, not frenzy, strategy. The maelstrom did not welcome ships. It consumed them, judged them, spat them out changed, or kept them forever. It was a wound in reality, a storm of renegade kingdoms, void reefs, dead worlds, pirate stations, demon tides, shattered fleets, and old betrayals. Stars burned there behind veils of empiric distortion, their light bent into bruised colours by the warp's pressure. Astropathic cries died in the static. Navigator houses sold routes through the region like executioners selling mercy. Imperial charts named it danger. The desperate named it opportunity. The damned named it home. New Badab hung within that madness like a crown made from rusted blades. It was not a world so much as an empire of wreckage chained together by greed, guns, and Huron Blackheart's will. Warships orbited it in layers, their hulls scarred, mismatched, refitted, and overarmed. Strike cruisers stolen from dead chapters drifted beside merchant hulks converted into slave pens. Xenos barges docked beside Chaos frigates. Broken Imperial Navy vessels flew renegade colours from masts made of antennae and bone. Armour plates bore the red hand, the black claw, the eight-pointed star, butcher glyphs, kill tallies, and the heraldry of warbands too small to matter until gathered beneath a greater predator. Slave markets burned under shielded domes. Mutants were sold in chains by the hundred, their bodies inspected like livestock, their teeth pried open, their limbs measured for labour or war. Mercenary captains traded ammunition, Promethean, gene seed, rumours, stolen relics, navigation data, and prisoners who still had the strength to scream. Banners hung from every gantry. Some were cloth, some were flayed hide, some were stitched from the faces of officers who had misjudged the price of defiance. Honso came to New Badab aboard the Warbreed, and he did not come as a supplicant. The Grand Cruiser entered the outer docks under gunlock from half a dozen orbital bastions. Its hull bore the scars of Medrengard and the ash of Tarsus Ultra. Its gun ports were open, its launch bays were sealed but awake. The iron skull marked its prow, painted over blood-black iron. Around it came his remaining ships, fewer than he wanted, more than most dared challenge. They moved in formation without the swagger of pirates. They moved like siege engines placed into orbit. That was his first message. Honso stood on the command deck and watched New Badab grow larger through the armoured glass. His necrodermis arm rested at his side, silver-black beneath the red light of the bridge. The living metal no longer fought him. It had learned the rhythm of his hatred and found it compatible. Cordatus Grendel lounged below the command dais, one boot planted on the neck of a kneeling prisoner being used as a footrest. The prisoner had been an officer of a minor renegade frigate that had questioned the Warbreed's docking rights. He still lived because Grendel had not yet grown bored. "Blackheart will make a show of you," Grendel said. "He makes a show of everyone. Then he understands rule. He understands amusement." Honso glanced down at him. "A ruler who cannot turn amusement into policy is merely a fool with guards." Grendel laughed and crushed the prisoner's throat beneath his boot. Cartilage broke with a wet pop. The body kicked twice, then stilled. Arderic Varnes stood farther back among the renegades, helm held beneath one arm, his face drawn and hollow with the permanent bitterness of men who had survived too many causes. His eyes tracked the dockyards, the moving ships, the pirate banners. "You intend to ask Huron for troops," Vanes said. "No." Vanes looked at him. "I intend to take the right to command them." New Badab received Honsou with threats disguised as ceremony. Red Corsairs escorted him through docking spines lined with murder servitors and trophy cages. Corsair champions watched from balconies with bolters ready, their armour a riot of stolen plates and repainted heraldry. Some bore old chapter markings beneath the red and black. Honso recognised defaced Aquilus, flensed purity seals, names scraped from pauldrons but never fully gone. The Red Corsairs were thieves with discipline, pirates with memory, renegades bound by the gravity of one ruined tyrant. Huron Blackheart waited in a throne chamber made from the gutted command bridge of an Imperial battleship. The chamber's windows looked out upon New Badab's inner docks, where warships crawled through mooring chains like beasts through a slaughter yard. The throne itself had been built from armour plates, demon bone, brass, and the broken figurehead of a loyalist vessel. Around it stood Red Corsair elites, mutants in lacquered armour, renegade officers, and chained psychers whose mouths were stapled shut. The air smelled of incense, engine oil, old blood, and ozone from shield generators. Huron sat like a wound that refused to close. Half his body was armoured bulk and machinery. One claw rested upon the throne arm, massive and taloned, its metal fingers twitching with restrained violence. His face was a ruin of burned flesh and savage will, one eye alive with cruel humour, the other hidden behind augmetics that clicked and focused on Honso as he approached. "Warsmith Honso," Huron said. His voice was a growl dragged through broken metal. "The half-breed comes far from Medrengard." Several courtiers laughed. Honso did not stop walking until he reached the marked line where visitors were expected to kneel. He did not kneel. Blackheart. More laughter died than began. Huron's claw flexed. "You stand on New Badab, men with more ships than you have knelt there. Then they came needing your mercy. And you. I came needing your markets." Huron smiled, and the expression made the burned side of his face pull tight. "Honest. I enjoy honest arrogance. It saves time. You want warriors. I want fleets, mutants, renegades, Xenos guns, armor, void crews, and killers who will accept plunder in place of faith. Against whom? Ultramar." That pleased Huron, not openly. Huron Blackheart was too practiced for that, but the chamber changed around the word. Red Corsairs shifted. Renegades leaned in. Even the chained psychers whimpered behind their staples. Ultramar was not merely territory. It was insult. It was order. It was the dream of the Imperium wearing blue armor and claiming that discipline could survive the galaxy's truth. "You want to bleed Gilliman's little empire," Huron said. "I want it to learn memory." Poetic for an Iron Warrior. Precise. Huron's amusement deepened. "You ask for much. I ask for nothing." The tyrant pirate leaned forward. "Then you know why you are here." Honso did. Every champion in the Maelstrom knew the old custom when Huron chose to make sport from ambition. The Skull Harvest was less tournament than culling. Warbands came hungry. Champions came swollen with gods, grudges, and promises. They entered the arenas of New Badab, and those who died fed the reputation of those who lived. The victor claimed not merely skulls but allegiance, ships, armor, beasts, mutants, Xenos contingents, and the right to demand that lesser killers follow until profit or death severed the chain. Huron let them murder each other because the survivors were worth more. It was transactional cruelty. Honso approved. The arena lay beneath the slave markets, carved into the hollowed core of an orbital mining platform chained to New Badab's underside. Its walls were made from layered voidship armor and black stone imported from some dead moon. The floor was sand, ash, and powdered bone, packed hard by centuries of blood. Skulls were mounted in iron racks around the fighting ground. Some still had helms attached. Some were too large or too alien to name. Above, viewing galleries sagged under the weight of warlords, corsairs, mutants, cult magi, Xenos mercenaries, and demon things wearing mortal skins. The air shook with chants, wagers, threats, and hunger. Honso entered to silence first, then jeers. Half-breed. Medrengard's gutter iron. Dawn's mistake. Iron bastard. He welcomed it. Hatred saved him the labour of inspiring emotion. The first champion came marked by corn, red armour wet with fresh offerings, chain axes roaring in both hands. His helm was a brass skull crowned with horns. He charged the moment the signal sounded, not because it was wise, but because restraint had been burned out of him long ago. He wanted blood. He wanted collision. He wanted the sound of ceramite splitting beneath his blades. Honso gave him distance, then denied him satisfaction. The Cornate champion expected a duel. Honso gave him a firing solution, a concealed melter charge planted beneath a patch of darkened sand by one of Grendel's bribed pit thralls, detonated beneath the berserker's forward stride. The blast did not kill him. It took his left leg below the knee and cooked the flesh inside his armour. He fell roaring, chain axes chewing the ground. Honso stepped in, caught one axe haft with the necrodermis hand, let the living metal flow around the teeth, and drove his bolter muzzle into the warrior's throat seal. The shell detonated inside the helm. Blood, teeth, brass fragments, and brain matter sprayed from the eye lenses. Honso let the corpse drop. The crowd howled approval and outrage in equal measure. "Cheat!" someone screamed. Honso looked toward the galleries. He lost. That is the only rule that matters. The second champion belonged to Slaanesh. He came in pearl armour edged with violet, blades slender and humming, movements beautiful enough to be irritating. His laughter carried over the arena vox like cut glass. He circled Honso, praising pain, promising sensation, describing the notes he would make from the scrape of iron warrior bone. Honso endured the first exchange because endurance revealed rhythm. The Slanshi blade kissed his armour 3 times, opening shallow lines through ceramite. The champion laughed faster, delighted by precision. On the 4th pass, Honso let the blade pierce deeper, locking it between damaged plates. The champion leaned close, triumphant. Honso headbutted him hard enough to crack the ornate helm. Then his necrodermis fingers pushed through the fracture, slid into the face beneath, and closed around the skull from the inside. The champion's laughter became a wet flute note. Honso pulled his face apart. After that, the jeers changed. They did not become loyalty. Nothing so useless. They became interest. He fought a plague-swollen lord whose body burst under bolter fire and drenched the arena in black bile that ate through the sand. Honso used a fallen shield and forced the creature to overextend, then drove a crack grenade into its open chest cavity and walked away before the explosion painted the ground with rancid organs and rusted armour. He fought a sorcerer whose shadow moved before his body, and Honso ordered sharpshooters hidden in the gantries to fire not at the sorcerer, but at the psychers chained into the arena's warding pylons. Their deaths broke the pattern of the spell. The sorcerer's shadow tore itself free and strangled him while Honso watched. Huron laughed from his throne above the arena. Grendel entered the killing later, and for a time he did so at Honso's side. He took heads with theatrical viciousness, split a mutant champion from crotch to sternum, tore the helm from a renegade captain, and bit out the man's cheek before shooting him. He bowed to the galleries with blood running down his chin. Then he betrayed Honso, or seemed to. In the third circle of the harvest, when alliances were permitted to collapse and the arena widened into a maze of barricades, wreckage and corpse pits, Grendel turned his bolter on Honso's flank. The shot struck an iron warrior near Honso and blew the legionary's spine out through his breastplate. Grendel raised his weapon again, grinning across the smoke. Nothing personal, Warsmith. Honso rolled behind a barricade as fire stitched the air around him. Venus cursed over the Vox. Renegades shifted allegiance in heartbeats. The crowd screamed with pleasure. Treachery was dearer entertainment than slaughter, because it pretended to have thought behind it. Honso did not rage. He used it. Grendel's apparent betrayal pulled 3 rival champions from cover. They believed Honso isolated. They believed Iron Warrior's suspicion had finally eaten itself. A Nurgle-marked brute lumbered from the left. A pair of renegade Lightning Claw veterans struck from the right. Pashtok Uluvent's lieutenants moved behind them, expecting to cut down the half-breed while his own killer distracted him. Then Grendel shot the Nurgle brute through the back of the knee. Honso emerged from cover at the same instant. The trap closed. The Lightning Claw veterans died first. One lost both arms to Honso's bolter before the Warsmith crushed his helm underfoot. The other reached Honso, claws scraping sparks across his breastplate, only for the Necrodermis arm to spear through his abdomen and lift him from the ground. Honso used him as a shield against Pashtok's gunners, then threw the twitching body into their line. Grendel advanced through the smoke, laughing, killing any who thought his treachery had been poorly timed rather than perfectly placed. Treachery was a siege tool. A breach opened wherever trust believed itself safe. Pashtok Uluvent entered the arena last among the true contenders, a towering warlord in dark plate hung with skull chains, his armor marked by old pacts and fresh victories. He had gathered champions before this day. He had broken warbands and worn their leaders as trophies. His axe was broad enough to cleave a dreadnought sarcophagus, its edge crawling with warp flame. His followers beat weapons against the gallery rails and roared his name until the arena trembled. Pashtok pointed the axe at Honso. "Little Warsmith, I will take your arm first, the pretty one." Honso glanced at the Necrodermis limb. "You may try. I will mount your skull beneath my banner. You will need to own a banner by the end." Pashtok charged with speed that belied his size. The first axe blow cracked the ground where Honso had stood. The second clipped his pauldron and spun him half around, shearing armor and drawing blood beneath. Honso fired 3 times into Pashtok's chest. The shells detonated against reinforced plate and slowed him, but did not stop him. The warlord laughed, black smoke pouring from his grill. Good armor, strong frame, arrogant forward pressure. A wall with legs. Honso gave ground until his boot touched the edge of a corpse pit. Pashtok saw it and roared in triumph. He swung to drive Honso backward into the dead. Honso stepped forward instead. The axe blade passed behind him close enough to score his backpack. His Necrodermis hand clamped over Pashtok's weapon arm, living metal flowing into the joints of the gauntlet, through cracks, beneath plates, into the mechanism. Pashtok drove a knee into Honso's chest, cracking ceramite. Honso tasted blood. He held on. Grendel's shot struck Pashtok's elbow from behind. Not enough to kill. Enough to break alignment. Honso twisted. The Necrodermis arm tightened and crushed the warlord's wrist to paste inside the gauntlet. Pashtok bellowed. Honso drove his bolter beneath the warlord's chin and fired once. The shell blew through meat, bone, and helm seal, but Pashtok still lived, staggering, choking, trying to bring his axe around with his ruined arm. Honso took the axe from him. Then he split Pashtok Uluvent from collar to heart with his own blade. The warlord fell in two heavy halves, organs sliding across the sand in steaming coils. His skull chains clattered around him. The arena went silent for a single perfect breath. Honso raised the bloody axe and looked up at Huron Blackheart. The Tyrant of Badab smiled. By the time the skull harvest ended, the sand had become mud made from blood, fat, and powdered bone. Neck seals had been torn open by hand. Axes had split ceramite and ribs together. Skulls were pried from helms, mounted, named, or erased, according to the victor's whim. Banners were dragged down and repainted beneath the iron skull. Warband marks were overlaid, not carefully, but with the brutality of ownership. Those who objected died. Those who survived understood the arithmetic. Close to 17,000 Chaos Warriors bent, swore, bargained, or were forced into Honso's command. Not a legion, not yet. A weapon. Renegade Astartes stood beside mutant infantry, Xenos gunpacks, pirate armor crews, mortal killers, beast things in chains, and armored assets crewed by men who would have sold their own hearts for a functioning plasma coil. Some followed for hatred of Ultramar, some followed for plunder, some followed because Huron had permitted it and Honso had earned the right in blood. It did not matter. Motive was softer than obedience. Obedience could be built from fear, greed, and momentum. Huron received him once more before the fleet's departure. "You have your army," Blackheart said. "I have raw material." Still honest, Huron's claw tapped the throne. "Do not mistake the Maelstrom's killers for iron warriors. They will not love your calculations. They do not need to love them. They may betray you." Honso looked toward Grendel, who smiled as if complimented. "Then I will already have accounted for it." Huron laughed, a harsh sound of metal and burned lungs. "Go then, half-breed. Make Ultramar bleed. Bring me stories worth hearing." Honso turned away. "I will bring results." The fleet left New Badab under a sky of warp-bruised fire. Ships gathered around the warbreed in ragged procession, ugly and hungry, their engines burning corpse blue. Banners bearing old names were torn down or left to hang beneath the iron skull as signs of conquered pride. Vox channels filled with oaths, threats, demands for plunder, prayers to dark gods, and iron warriors' orders cutting through the noise with cold contempt. Honso stood on the command deck as the newly bound host formed around him. Bloodborne, some would later call them. The name had not yet hardened, but the shape of it was there in the fleet's movement, in the chains binding renegades to purpose, in the hunger aimed toward the realm of Ultramar, a host born from slaughter, treachery, calculation, and the skulls of those too weak to command themselves. Beyond the Maelstrom, Ultramar shone in the dark like a fortress that still believed walls could save it. Honso watched the stars align. Then he ordered the fleet to war. Honso hated many things. He hated the Imperium for enduring. He hated the loyalist chapters for breeding sons from stability, while the traitor legions gnawed their own bones in the eye. He hated the Imperial Fists because their gene seed had proven useful, and usefulness was an insult when it came from Dawn's blood. He hated the Ultramarines because they gave cowardice the shape of discipline and called obedience virtue. Above all, he hated Uriel Ventris. The name had become a pressure inside his skull, lodged somewhere behind the wound that should have killed him. It was not the hot, frothing hatred of a chain-axe cultist, nor the ecstatic obsession of a god-marked fool. Honso's hatred was colder than that, cleaner. It had been compressed by survival, humiliation, failure, and calculation until it no longer wasted itself on dreams of a duel. Ventris was not merely a warrior to be killed. He was a breach point. Through him lay Ultramar's pride, its stories, its careful lies of honor and resilience. Tarsus Ultra had taught the first lesson. Now Honso would carve the next into something larger. The star-fought Indomitable hung at the edge of the Ultramarines' guarded routes, like a dead moon clad in guns. Its armoured skin was layered with bastions, lance arrays, torpedo wells, macro cannon batteries, void shield emitters, docking spines, reliquary vaults, and command shrines. It rotated slowly above a blue-white world whose name did not matter. Names mattered after victory. Before then, they were labels on targets. Indomitable was not only a fortress, it was a lock. Within its sealed heart, beneath ceramite vaults and purity wards, lay a secret the Ultramarines had buried beneath duty and silence. Moriana had brought Honso the first whisper of it. She had come to him aboard the Warbreed during the long translation from the Maelstrom, moving through his ship like a shadow with bones. The bridge crew had looked away from her without being ordered. Even Grendel had stopped smiling for a moment when she passed. She was old in ways that flesh did not show cleanly, wrapped in robes the colour of dried blood and starless void, her eyes bright with malice disguised as prophecy. "You seek to wound Ultramar," she had said. Honsou had remained upon his command throne, necrodermis fingers resting against iron. "I have already begun. You have killed a world that remembered Ventris. Useful, elegant, insufficient, careful." Moriana had smiled as though caution were a language spoken by slaves. "The Ultramarines imprisoned a hatred older than your grudge, a demon prince bound and caged by their hands. Makar. His essence remained shackled within Indomitable, hidden beneath their fortress rites. Free him, Warsmith, and you will not merely wound Ultramar. You will make it remember fear." Honso had studied her in silence. "Why offer this to me? Because you are spite given discipline. Because Makar hates them. Because you hate them. Because hatred, aligned correctly, has mass. Demon princes make poor allies. All allies are poor allies. Some are useful before they betray you." That at least had sounded true. Now Indomitable filled the Strategium hololith, rendered in cold light. Around it flickered defense arcs, kill zones, shield harmonics, rotational intervals, projected ammunition reserves, probable reinforcement windows, and casualty estimates. The Bloodborne host gathered around the Warbreed in ragged splendor. Iron warriors formed the spine. Renegade Astartes clustered by warband, some still bearing old colors under new filth. Mutant infantry crowded assault decks and boarding racks. Corsair ships circled for plunder rights. Xenos mercenaries waited in sealed holds, speaking in clicking tongues and chemical signals. Demon-tainted engines strained against maglocks, their furnace hearts beating against the void. It was not a legion. It was a knife made from scavenged blades. Honso intended to drive it into a fortress heart. "Void shields cycle in layered pattern," Ventanis said from the tactical pit. "Outer shell recovers faster than expected." "Foryx would have admired it," Grendel said, before explaining why admiration was inefficient. Honso ignored him. Indomitable is designed to survive frontal assault, isolation, and boarding actions. Its command logic will preserve shield integrity around primary batteries and reliquary vaults first. Ventanis looked up. "So we strike the guns?" "No, that is what it expects to defend." Grendel's smile returned. "Then we strike what it expects to lose." Honsou inclined his head. Docking spines, waste heat regulators, surf transit galleries, life support redundancies, the organs too small for honour. The Bloodborne went in under a storm. Macro cannons spoke from the Warbreed, and the Allied cruisers, not as a barrage of rage, but as a cage of impact. Shells hammered Indomitable's outer shields in staggered intervals, forcing the fortress to reinforce sectors by reflex. Lance beams cut across the void, not to breach, but to herd energy into predictable flows. Torpedoes launched and died against flak clouds, each explosion adding noise to the fortress augurs. Beneath that noise, boarding torpedoes descended in dark silence, their engines cold until the last moment. Indomitable answered with disciplined fury. Its guns lit the void in blue-white fire. One renegade cruiser took a lance strike amidships and split open from prow to engine, spilling burning men, ammunition, atmosphere, and prayer banners into space. A Corsair destroyer vanished beneath a storm of macro shells, its hull folding inward before its plasma drives detonated. Mutant transports broke apart against flak screens. Thousands died without touching the fortress. Honso watched the casualty runes climb. "Acceptable," he said. The first boarding torpedoes struck the surf transit ring. They punched through armour and vomited killers into corridors never meant to be battlefields. The fortress serfs died first, sucked into vacuum as ruptured galleries opened to space. Men and women in grey work robes tumbled through the breaches, their mouths open, their blood boiling in their eyes before frost took them. Others survived long enough to be cut down by mutants scrambling through the impact tunnels, blades rising and falling in the red emergency light. The Ultramarines arrived with terrible calm. Blue armour advanced through smoke and decompression mist. Bolters fired in controlled rhythm. Squad markings flashed beneath strobing lumen strips. They did not shout. They did not break formation to pursue. They killed what crossed their firing lanes and withdrew by command when corridors were lost. Section Lambda collapses by Codex withdrawal pattern. A sergeant voxed across the Loyalist channel, intercepted by Honsou's listeners. Fire Team Caster, hold secondary bulkhead. Honour McCrag, duty before fear. Another voice answered, steady under fire. Acknowledged. Fire discipline maintained. Enemy advance channeled. Honso listened from his command throne as the boarding feeds flickered across the strategium. How neat they sounded while dying. A Bloodborne warband pushed too quickly into a Manufactorum access spine and met an Ultramarine kill zone. Heavy bolters opened from recessed balconies. The renegades were torn apart in seconds, torsos bursting, helms snapping back, limbs pinwheeling across the deck. One warrior tried to crawl away on one arm before a disciplined bolter shot pulped his spine. The Ultramarines withdrew before the Bloodborne could reinforce, leaving only corpses and spent casings. Codex pattern defense, Varney said. Honso rose. Then we poisoned the pattern. He entered Indomitable through the third wave breach, surrounded by Iron Warriors and Grendel's killers. The corridor beyond was half open to the void, emergency fields flickering. Frozen blood hung in globules where the gravity had failed. A dead serf drifted past, eyes burst, fingers curled around a wrench. Honso pushed the body aside with his necrodermis hand and advanced. The Ultramarines met them at the regulator junction. Their sergeant stood at the centre, power sword lit, helm lenses burning with pale hate. Around him, his squad held cover behind fallen bulkhead plates, blue armour scarred but steady. "Traitor," the sergeant called over external vox. "This station stands by the Codex Astartes and the will of the Emperor. You will break against us." Honso halted just beyond the first line of corpses. Your codex tells you how to die in order. Mine tells me where to place the guns. The floor beneath the Ultramarines erupted, not from a charge planted at the barricade, from beneath the coolant line behind them. Honso had not attacked their position. He had attacked the system that position required. Superheated coolant and metal fragments blasted upward in a geyser. One Ultramarine vanished from the waist down, his torso slamming against the ceiling before dropping into steam. Another fell with both legs severed, still firing as Grendel vaulted the barricade and drove a blade through his throat seal. The sergeant came for Honso. Good. Honso parried the power sword with his living metal. Bomb! The field bit into the necrodermis, scattering black sparks, but the arm flowed and hardened, refusing clean division. Honso fired his bolter into the sergeant's chest. The first shell cracked the aquila, the second blew through, the third detonated inside the armor and painted the inner plate with lung, heart, and bone. The Ultramarine dropped to one knee. "For Gilliman," he rasped. Honso leaned close. "He is not here." Then he crushed the sergeant's helm between silver-black fingers until the skull inside became paste. The fortress fought as it had been made to fight. Bulkheads sealed. Kill teams redeployed. Fire zones narrowed. Gun decks rotated to deny approach corridors. Every instinct of Indomitable was preservation through controlled sacrifice. It abandoned outer rings to protect inner vaults. It vented compromised decks. It rerouted power away from damaged sectors and toward its sanctified heart. Honso had expected all of it. He did not assault the reliquary directly. He fed bodies toward false priorities until the fortress believed its logic confirmed. Mutants died by the thousand in the outer chapels. Corsairs bled through the armory spines. Xenos mercenaries were sent into gravity traps and shielded chambers simply to make the fortress spend defense routines. While Indomitable preserved what it valued, Honso's iron warriors moved through what it had chosen to neglect. Waste heat tunnels, ammunition return shafts, coffin lifts for dead serfs, maintenance veins where only servitors crawled. The fortress wanted to survive. Honso poisoned that instinct by making survival choose incorrectly. At the heart of Indomitable, beneath a chapel lined with Ultramarines' honours and warding script, Moriana waited beside a sarcophagus of black iron and blue stone. The chamber was sealed by purity barriers and psychic locks. Dead librarians lay around it, old bones beneath crystalline stasis. Their sacrifice had become architecture. The thing inside the prison hated. Even contained, it pressed against thought. It filled the chamber with the taste of ash, old betrayal, and burning feathers. Makar's essence had no body there, but its presence made armor joints creak and mortal blood leak from eyes. It whispered without words. It recognized enemies. It recognized opportunity. Beside the prison waited the shell Honso had brought, a dreadnought sarcophagus, stripped of loyalist sanctity, rebuilt in black iron, chained with warp script, its limbs ending in a siege claw and a butcher cannon. The corpse within had been removed. The emptiness remained, hungry for occupation. Moriana lifted her hands. "Break the seals!" The Ultramarines' counterattack struck before the rite began. They came through the upper chapel in perfect formation. Veterans in blue and white, stormbolters roaring, power fists crackling, hatred held behind duty like a blade behind a shield. Their captain's voice cut through the carnage. "Secure the prison. Deny the enemy. By the Primarch. No further." Honso turned as the first Iron Warrior beside him lost his head to a Stormbolter burst. Grendel met the charge laughing, Chainblade screaming as it bit into veteran plate. Ventanis and his renegades fired from the reliquary steps. Mutants threw themselves into the Ultramarines and were broken apart like sacks of blood. The chapel became a slaughterhouse with icons. A power fist punched through an Iron Warrior's chest and ripped out his spine in a spray of black fluid. Grendel split an Ultramarine's knee, dragged him down, and sawed through his gorget, while the Loyalist tried to crush his skull. Honsou crossed the chamber through bolter fire, necrodermis arm raised, shells bursting against his armor. He reached the first seal and drove the living metal hand into the warded mechanism. Pain flashed through him as Loyalist sorcery, machine code, and ancient sanctity resisted. He pushed harder. The seal broke. Moriana began to chant in a language that made the walls sweat blood. The second seal shattered under melter fire. The third died when Honso forced a captured tech adept, wired with explosives, to interface with the lock. The adept screamed the Omnissiah's name as the feedback turned his brain to steam. Then the charge detonated and took the ward apart with him. The prison opened. Makar entered the dreadnought like a storm entering a coffin. The sarcophagus lifted from its restraints. Chains snapped. The machine screamed, not with engine noise, but with birth agony. Armor plates buckled outward as something vast forced itself into a shape too small to contain it. The butcher cannon rotated without command. The siege claw opened and closed, crushing the empty air. Blue fire burned from the vision slit, then turned black at the core. The possessed dreadnought took its first step. Every warrior in the chamber felt it. Even the Ultramarines faltered for half a heartbeat. That was enough. Makar's cannon fired. The shell struck the Loyalist captain and erased him from the waist up, scattering armor, organs, and sanctified bone across the chapel floor. The demon prince's laughter thundered from the sarcophagus, layered and ancient, filled with hatred older than Honsou's campaign. Ultramar, Makar growled through vox grills and warp flame. I remember. Honso looked upon the awakened monster and felt no triumph, only recognition. This was no servant, no weapon that would remain where placed. Makar hated Ultramar, yes. That made him useful. Makar would burn what Honso wanted burned. He would draw Loyalist blood. He would turn old fear into present ruin. But the demon prince was not an ally. He was a rival given form, bound for now by mutual hatred and the momentum of war. Honso watched Makar crush a dying Ultramarine beneath one iron foot, watched black fire crawl over the dreadnought shell, watched Moriana smile as though the future had opened exactly as she desired. The Warsmith's necrodermis fingers flexed. Indomitable was falling around them. The path to Ultramar widened. Ventris lived somewhere beyond the stars, still breathing, still unfinished business. Honso turned from the daemon and issued the next orders. Let Makar think himself unleashed. All fortresses had weaknesses, even those made of hate. Makar named them beneath the dying light of Indomitable, while the star fort still bled atmosphere into the void, and Loyalist bodies drifted from its ruptured flanks like offerings cast into a black sea. The demon prince stood within the possessed dreadnought shell, a blasphemous idol of iron, hate, and chained divinity. Black fire burned through the vision slit. Warp heat shimmered across its sarcophagus. The butcher cannon mounted upon one arm ticked as it cooled, each contraction of tortured metal sounding like teeth grinding in a god's skull. Around him, gathered the host Honso had won at New Badab, a rabble of murderers forced into the semblance of an army. Iron warriors in blackened plate, renegade Astartes wearing stolen heraldry beneath new wounds, mutants with rusted blades and grafted guns, Xeno's mercenaries sealed in alien armor, corsair crews hungry for plunder, demon engines straining against chain and command. They had followed Honso because he had earned them in blood. Makar looked upon them and claimed the right to name them. Bloodborne, the demon prince intoned, his voice rolling across the vox as scripture spoken in a burning cathedral. Born of slaughter, baptized in the ruin of Ultramar's pride. Let the stars remember your coming. Let the realms of Gilliman drown beneath the red tide of your awakening. The host roared. Mutants beat blades against armor. Renegades raised bolters. Corsair captains howled promises of plunder over open channels. Even some of the Iron Warriors struck their fists against their breastplates, not in worship, but because momentum had its own intoxication. Honso said nothing. He stood upon the command deck of the Warbreed, watching the transmission from Indomitable's corpse. The title crawled through his warriors like infection. Bloodborne, a name of flesh, a name of ritual, a name that stank of demonic vanity and the need of gods to wrap function in theatre. Honsou would have named them by purpose, not poetry. Siege host, breach force, extermination group. A weapon did not require myth to kill. Grendel, standing below the command dais with his helm hooked to his belt, laughed softly. It has a pleasing sound. Bloodborne. The rabble will like it. The rabble likes fire when it burns their own feet, Honsou said. Varnes watched the demon prince's image with open distrust. You will let him keep command? Honsou's necrodermis fingers flexed against the throne arm. He has not been given command. He believes otherwise. Belief is what fools use to fill the distance between desire and reality. On the hololith, the route into Ultramar unfolded in cold light. Worlds appeared as target marks. Fleet paths cut through the void in iron lines. Warp distortion zones pulsed around points where Makar's sorceries had torn passages through space. Ultramar had been built to endure invasion. Its worlds were armed, ordered, disciplined. Its fleets were not ceremonial ornaments. Its citizens knew drill, tithe, defense, obedience. Its warriors were the Ultramarines, and behind them stood planetary defense forces, auxiliary regiments, naval squadrons, fortress monasteries, orbital platforms, and the suffocating arrogance of a realm that believed preparedness could master catastrophe. The Bloodborne entered that realm like a disease-given ships. Void fleets clashed first. Escort vessels died in silence beyond atmosphere. Defense monitors locked into firing solutions and were torn apart by lance strikes. Corsair cruisers plunged through debris fields to board crippled stations. Mutant transports burned by the score, their cargo shrieking as compartments opened to vacuum. The Warbreed advanced behind a screen of lesser vessels, its macro cannons firing in deliberate cadence, its hull taking impacts that would have gutted softer ships. Demon incursions followed the breaches. Where Makar's warp gates opened, reality buckled. The air split above cities and defense lines. Horned things crawled through wounds in the world. Winged shapes fell from red clouds. Flesh hounds raced through Hab avenues, dragging men down and tearing them open in steaming sprays. Plague things bloated with flies burst among bunker crews. Clawed horrors climbed walls upside down, laughing in voices stolen from the dead. The planetary defense forces did not yield easily. They died in ranks. On one moon, artillery regiments fired until their guns melted and their hands fused to the loading cradles. On another, Voidsmen sealed themselves inside a reactor shrine and detonated it beneath a boarding wave, killing thousands of Bloodborne and themselves in the same white flash. Ultramarine companies struck where the lines bent, never wasting motion, never surrendering to panic. Blue armor appeared amid ash storms, held ground long enough for mortals to withdraw, then vanished before encirclement closed. Honso watched it all with tightening contempt. They were predictable in their courage. That made them dangerous. It also made them usable. Tarentus was chosen first for spectacle and access both. It was a world of fortified cities, industrial belts, and population centers tied together by transit arteries that could become kill corridors when properly broken. Makar desired it because its defenders had once invoked Ultramar's name with pride. Honso desired it because its orbital geometry allowed warp gates to bloom inside the shield envelope if the outer stations were blinded at the correct moment. The first gate opened above the capital at dawn. The sky tore like skin under a hook. Black light spilled across towers and basilicas. The city's warning bells began to ring, then distorted as the sound was swallowed by the warp. Demons descended into the plazas. The ground split under their feet. Men ran. Priests shouted. Defense guns fired upward until winged horrors fell burning into hab blocks and ignited entire districts. Then the second gate opened beneath the western barracks. Regiments mustering for surface defense were consumed before they reached their transports. The gate erupted through the parade ground, turning stone into a mouth of flame. Bloodletters came through in a red wave, blades rising and falling, cutting men in half before they could form ranks. Commissars shot their own soldiers to halt the rout and died seconds later beneath demon swords. The barracks became a lake of blood, churned by iron hooves. The third gate opened in the catacombs beneath the governor's palace. That one was Honso's work. He had no interest in prayers to the dark gods, but he understood buried roots, old maintenance tunnels, and the cowardice of command bunkers. Iron warriors emerged from the gate in disciplined formation, bolters raised, helms turning through the smoke. Honso walked among them with Grendel and the newborn at his side. The newborn wore armor now, crude and heavy, its face hidden behind a helm fashioned to resemble an ultramarine's, noble lines twisted into mockery. The palace defenders fought in marble corridors beneath frescoes of imperial saints. Their lasfire flashed harmlessly from Honso's plate until the bolters answered. Men burst apart against gilded walls. One officer had enough time to draw a power sword before Grendel punched a combat blade through his stomach and lifted him from the floor, laughing as the man's entrails slid out across polished stone. The governor was found in the astropathic chamber, trying to send a plea for aid. Honso shot the astropath first. The old man's skull burst across the choir altar in a fan of bone chips and psychic implant fragments. The governor fell to his knees, robes soaked from crawling through his own guard's blood. "Please," the man said. "Tarentus is loyal." "Yes," Honso replied. "That is why it was selected." The governor looked past him to the newborn. Something in the corrupted warrior's shape made his face crumple in terror. "What is that?" "A message." The newborn stepped forward, breathing hard. "Ventris," it growled. Honso placed the necrodermis hand upon the governor's head and turned his gaze toward the city, burning beyond the shattered windows. "Record this," he ordered. By the time the Ultramarines' 4th Company answered Tarentus, the world was already dying. Uriel Ventris came with his warriors through smoke and falling ash, landing hard amid ruined manufactoria on the southern continent. Honso watched the picked feeds from a captured orbital relay. The Ultramarines advanced as he knew they would. Rescue where possible, secure survivors, strike at command nodes, kill demonic concentrations, preserve life if it did not endanger the wider mission. A noble pattern, a usable pattern. Honso placed survivors where they would slow pursuit. He left Vox beacons broadcasting from hospitals filled with plague spores. He allowed PDF remnants to hold certain bridges just long enough for Ultramarine honor to demand reinforcement. He placed the newborn in partial sight twice, never close enough to be taken, always near enough to wound memory. Ventress saw it through smoke once, a hulking figure in distorted blue, and paused for the smallest fraction of a second. Honso treasured that fraction. Makar did not. The demon prince raged through Tarsus in his dreadnought shell, slaughtering defenders with cannon, claw, and warp flame. He spoke over the Vox as though each killing required proclamation. Let Guilliman's sons look upon their works and despair. Let every oath turn to ash. Let every name be carved into the ledger of my vengeance. Honso cut into the channel. The northern shield hub remains active. Makar's laughter shook the Vox. You speak of hubs while a world kneels. A kneeling world can still transmit. Little Warsmith, you smell of numbers and buried spite. You smell of distraction. For several seconds there was only static and distant screaming. Then Makar said, "Break your hub then. I will break their souls." Honso closed the channel. "He wastes momentum," Grendel grinned. "He is a demon prince. Waste is part of the theatre. Then we will spend him where theatre is useful." Tarsus fell by gates, fire, and panic. Its population was not slain by blades alone. It was crushed beneath collapse. Transit tunnels became tombs when void shields failed and orbital debris rained onto cities. Demonic corruption spread through water systems. Mutant infantry dragged survivors into pens for later division between labor, sacrifice, and meat. The Bloodborne took trophies until Honso ordered hands cut from those who delayed embarkation. Chaos could conquer quickly. It could not remain disciplined without force. He compartmentalized the host before the next assault. Iron warriors received siege objectives. Renegades received kill zones with measurable rewards. Corsairs were assigned plunder corridors away from primary command targets. Mutants were given simple directions and punished collectively when they strayed. Xenos mercenaries were paid in salvage rights and sealed away from demon contingents that would provoke them. Demon engines were chained until released, then driven toward targets too dangerous for rational troops. It was not harmony, it was containment. Talisar became the next theatre. The ocean world shone blue beneath the fleet, its cities raised upon sea platforms, its defense batteries mounted upon artificial islands, its manufactoria suspended over abyssal water in lattices of steel. The people of Talisar trusted depth, weather, void shields, and naval defense. Honso brought falling metal and demons that did not drown. Orbital debris struck the seas in continent-shaking impacts. Entire escort ships, gutted in space, were guided into descent paths, so their burning carcasses fell upon platform cities. One hive rig vanished beneath a tidal wave taller than its central spire. Defense lasers fired through storm clouds until lance strikes from the Bloodborne fleet silenced them. Sea platforms burned from above while their lower levels flooded from below, trapping thousands between flame and black water. Demons rose from the ocean where warp gates opened beneath the waves. Defenders on the western platform saw shapes moving under the surface before the first claws breached. Men fired into the sea, las beams boiling water, heavy bolters chewing white foam. Then the platform shook. Something vast wrapped itself around the support pylons and pulled. Decks tilted. Tanks slid screaming into the ocean. Soldiers fell through ruptured grates and vanished beneath black water alive with pale hands and needle teeth. Ultramarines fought from platform to platform, their blue armor scorched, salt-crusted, and streaked with demonic blood. They held evacuation causeways while civilians fled in disciplined terror. They sealed breaches. They counterattacked with Thunderhawk strikes. They did what they always did, transformed disaster into order by force of will. Honso anticipated the order. He set charges in the causeways they would preserve. He infected refugee columns with tracking spores. He allowed one evacuation fleet to escape the first ring of battle, then used its distress transponder to locate a hidden defense command vessel beneath the northern storm banks. The Warbreed's guns found it. The command vessel rose from concealment in pieces, spilling bodies, burning aircraft, and broken orders into the sea. Still, the Bloodborne frayed. A Khorne warband abandoned its assigned objective to chase an ultramarine squad into the lower decks of a burning platform. They killed the squad and lost the platform's reactor capture window. Corsairs began looting ammunition stores before the guns were turned on the Loyalists. Mutant cohorts fell to worshipping a tide of warp-spawned creatures and had to be shelled by Iron Warriors' artillery. A Xenos cadre refused to advance near Makar's demonic manifestations and threatened withdrawal until Ventanis offered them salvage claims from a sunken defense station. Honso watched the fractures widen and placed iron bands around them where he could. Makar watched the fractures and mistook them for devotion. The Demon Prince summoned Honso to the bridge of the captured sea citadel after Talisar's central platform drowned. The chamber's floor was ankle-deep in water and blood. Dead officers floated face down among parchment maps. Makar stood at the far end, dreadnought shell steaming, black fire turning the rain to vapor before it touched him. "The Bloodborne are mine in spirit," Makar said. "They roar my name when worlds fall. They roar when fires are large enough. They follow power. They follow momentum. You are loud enough to be mistaken for it." The butcher cannon rotated toward Honso by a finger's breadth. Grendel beside him went very still. Makar's voice deepened. "Do you kneel to nothing, Ironworm?" Honso met the burning vision slit. "Nothing that has not earned it. I could unmake you. You could try. Then the host fractures, the fleet scatters, the Ultramarines recover, and your vengeance becomes another demon's tantrum in a forgotten war zone." Rain hammered against the broken viewports. Far below, Talisar's sea burned in patches, where Prometheum floated on the black waves. Makar laughed at last. "You are useful because you are insolent. Do not become more insolent than useful." The same warning applies. That ended the audience. Not peacefully. Nothing between them was peace. But the offensive continued because both understood the same truth. Honso was not a worshipper. Makar was not a subordinate. They were two weapons laid against the same throat, each aware the other might turn. After Talisar, the Demon Prince revealed the next demand, Calth. The name carried weight even among traitors. Calth was not merely an Ultramarines world. It was a wound from the ancient war, a place where betrayal had been written into stone, radiation, and memory. Beneath its surface lay caverns, tombs, and relics older than the Imperium's current lies. Makar's voice came through the Strategium Vox as the Bloodborne fleet burned away from Talisar. The tomb of Remus Ventanis endures beneath Calth, a relic of their old defiance. Break it, shatter the bones of their memory, make the dead ultramarine kneel in dust. Honso studied the hololithic projection of Calth, its surface scarred, its underworld mapped only in fragments. You send me away from the main thrust. I send you to strike the heart beneath the skin. Why does a tomb concern a demon prince? The Vox filled with a sound like burning parchment and distant screams. All symbols are weapons. Destroy theirs. The answer was too smooth, too quick, too wrapped in grandeur. Honsou looked across the Strategium. Grendel's grin had faded. Ventanis watched the projection with the expression of a man hearing a trap being built around him. The newborn stood in the shadows, breathing hard at the mention of Ventris, its corrupted blood answering a name it had been made to hate. Honsou turned back to the image of Calth. Makar was hiding something. Good. Hidden things had value. Set course, Honsou ordered. The warbreed shifted from the burning wake of Talisar and angled toward Calth, while behind it, the Bloodborne host continued to tear at Ultramar's worlds beneath Makar's black flame. Honsou watched the tomb world grow in the hololith's cold light and felt the old mathematics begin. A demon prince had given him an objective. The trick would be discovering which fortress Makar truly feared. Beneath Calth, war had never ended. It had merely been buried. The cavernous Draconi stretched under the wounded world in lightless reaches of stone, ferrocrete, ancient shelters, sealed cities, dead transit arteries, and vaults where the past had been left to breathe in dust. The surface of Calth bore its old scars beneath the poisonous glare of a ruined sun, but below, in the deep places, memory remained colder and more dangerous. Radiation ghosts whispered through cracked sensorium shrines. Blast doors from the heresy still stood sealed by oaths made when the legions were whole. Hab districts slept beneath layers of rock, their windows dark, their streets silent, their walls marked with names cut by hands that had known betrayal as a living thing. Honso entered that underworld not as a pilgrim, not as a seeker of relics, and never as a servant of gods. He came as a vandal. The drilling machine that bore him through the crust was a brutal thing, all grinding teeth, armoured pressure shells, and caged reactor heat. It bored through strata and buried foundations with the patience of an animal eating bone. Behind it came iron warriors, renegades, ammunition carts, bonded demolition thralls, and servo haulers carrying charges large enough to gut a fortress spine. Cordatus Grendel walked at Honsou's right, humming through his helm grill as though murder waited just beyond the next bulkhead. The newborn followed on his left, huge and misshapen in its desecrated armour, its helm fashioned in mockery of ultramarine nobility. It breathed too loudly. It always did when Ventris was near in thought, if not yet in sight. The cavernas opened before them with a stale exhalation. Dust rolled over black iron boots. Lumen globes flickered awake along the tunnel roof, ancient systems responding reluctantly to intrusion. Their light revealed walls covered in battle damage older than most imperial dynasties, bolter scars, plasma burns, claw marks, places where men had died leaning against stone and left the dark brown memory of their blood behind. Here and there stood statues of Ultramarines' heroes, some intact, some faceless from old bombardment, all watching with blind accusation. Grendel looked up at one of them. They built shrines underground. Even their tombs are organized. Order comforts them, Honsou said. And you? Order is useful, comfort is rot. The newborn stopped before a wall, where a faded mark of the inverted omega had been carved into stone and painted long ago by hands that believed survival deserved a symbol. It lifted one clawed gauntlet and touched the mark. Ventris, it said. Honso turned his helm slightly. Not yet. The thing lowered its hand, trembling with obedience, hatred, or confusion. Honso had long ceased caring which impulse ruled it in any given moment. The newborn was a weapon made from insult, a living message to the ultramarine captain who had destroyed Calth and left its maker with a shattered skull. If it suffered from the shape of its own existence, that only made the message sharper. They moved deeper. The tomb of Remus Ventanis lay beneath layers of ancient defences, not all of them material. Honsou felt the place before they reached it. The air changed. The stone seemed to remember pressure. The vox gained a low undertone, a distant murmur like a legion speaking from behind a wall. The iron warriors with him grew quieter, and that was telling. These were killers who had walked demon worlds and shelled saints from orbit. Yet beneath Calth, under old Ultramar, something pressed against them that was not fear in the mortal sense. Memory had mass here. The word-bearers had poisoned this world in the age of betrayal. Their hatred still stained the deep stone, a red devotional madness embedded in the old wounds of Calth. The Ultramarines had endured them here. They had bled, burned, starved, and fought in darkness until endurance became legend. Honso could feel those opposed forces converging around the tomb. Word-bearers' hatred, ultramarine memory, iron warriors' spite, and demonic unease, all grinding together beneath the weight of the earth. Your demon prince did not send you here for a statue, Grendel said. No. Then what does Makar fear? Honso did not answer at once. The tomb doors stood ahead, immense and sealed, worked in blue stone and adamantine, their surface inscribed with names, campaigns, and oaths. Remus Ventanis, hero of the old war, a dead ultramarine made into symbol, and symbols, Honso knew, were fortresses built inside the minds of lesser men. He placed his necrodermis hand upon the sealed door. The living metal twitched. Something beyond the door answered. Not a voice. Not exactly. A pressure. A denial. Ancient faith, not of gods, but of brothers who had stood in the dark and refused to be ended. Honso's lip curled beneath his helm. Loyalists always mistook refusal for virtue. Still, the power here was real enough to measure by the reaction of the arm he had stolen. Cut it open, he said. The Iron Warriors went to work. Melter charges burned through sacred locks. Servo drills chewed into adamantine. Demolition thralls died when warding fields awakened and cooked them inside their harnesses, their flesh sloughing from bone in steaming sheets. Honso replaced them with more thralls. The third charge split the door. The fourth made the tomb breathe dust. Inside, the chamber was vast, circular, and impossibly still. Remus Ventanis lay within a sarcophagus of blue stone at the center, surrounded by banners that had not rotted despite the centuries. Armor stands held relic plate. Broken word-bearers' blades had been set beneath the floor glass as trophies. Names of the dead circled the walls in endless script. At the far end, suspended within a field of pale light, rested a blade shard. Honso approached it. The shard of Erebus was not impressive in size. It did not need to be. A fragment of a weapon could carry more consequence than a battleship if history had fed it enough blood. It hung in the containment field like a sliver of night, its edge drinking the light around it. Symbols of warding and remembrance glowed along the pedestal. Ultramarine faith, word-bearer's hate, something older in the metal, something that remembered the first great betrayal and had not stopped hungering. The necrodermis arm tightened into a fist. Makar had sent him here to destroy a tomb. No. Makar had sent him here because this was a place where the demon's history and weakness touched stone. Honso leaned closer to the shard and understood. Not through sorcery. He despised the word when applied too easily. He understood through structure. A demon prince was not invincible. It was a fortress of hate, pride, memory, and binding. Somewhere in that architecture lay keystones. This blade, sanctified by centuries of faith and sharpened by old treachery, could harm Makar. Perhaps more than harm. Perhaps open him. Perhaps end what his possessed dreadnought shell had only clothed. Grendel watched him from the edge of the dais. You found it. I found what he feared. Makar sent you to bury it. Makar made the mistake of showing me where it was. The balance shifted inside Honso's mind with quiet perfection. He had come to Calth as a piece on a demon prince's board. Now the board changed. Makar was no ally. He was not even a necessary superior force. He was another fortress, another overproud structure waiting to be undermined from below. Honso reached for the containment controls. The first ultramarine round struck the wall beside his head and blew blue stone into powder. Honso turned. Uriel Ventris stood in the tomb entrance with his command squad around him. Blue armor scarred by the wars above and below, weapons raised, hatred held in disciplined restraint. Pausanias was not the warrior he had been. His stolen arm was gone, replaced by augmetic strength and hard survival. He stood close to his captain, and the sight pleased Honso in a narrow, bitter way. Some wounds endured. Good. They were reminders. Ventris's voice carried across the tomb. Honso. The name sounded like a sentence. Honso descended one step from the dais. Ventris. The newborn made a sound that was almost a growl and almost a sob. Ventris saw it then, truly saw it. The corrupted reflection, the mockery shaped from his own stolen legacy, the living wound Medrengard had made from him. His helm hid his face, but Honso saw the pause. Again, that precious fraction. Duty could master horror, but it could not prevent recognition. What have you done? Ventris asked. Honso's reply was quiet. Continued. Then the tomb erupted. Bolters turned the sacred chamber into a slaughterhouse. Ultramarines fired in controlled bursts, each shot chosen, each movement disciplined, their overlapping fields of fire cutting down the first iron warriors trying to form ranks. Honso's warriors answered with brutal volume, shells hammering against blue plate, blasting chunks from pillars, shredding banners that had survived since the heresy. Stone dust filled the air. Relic cases exploded. A renegade caught a bolt in the neck seal and spun backward, his head hanging by torn cables and wet meat. An ultramarine took a heavy round through the thigh and kept firing from one knee until Grendel crossed the chamber and split his helm with a chain blade. The tunnels outside became killing throats. Iron warriors clashed with ultramarines at ranges where tactics became muscle memory and hate. Bolters in enclosed stone chambers did not simply kill. They pulped. Detonations blew torsos open, splashed organs across walls, reduced faces to red fog inside shattered helms. A space marine fell with both arms gone, trying to bite through the gorget of the iron warrior crushing him. A traitor was driven back against a tomb pillar by disciplined fire until his chest plate caved inward and his black blood poured out through rent ceramite. The newborn charged Ventris. It moved with terrible speed for its size, roaring the Ultramarine's name as if the word had been carved into its bones. Ventress met it, blade to claw, bolter to stolen fury. The two of them locked beneath the gaze of dead heroes. The newborn fought like a corrupted mirror, bearing fragments of ultramarine instinct twisted through fleshcraft and abandonment. It knew angles it should not know. It anticipated feints with a familiarity that made the duel obscene. Ventress struck with precision. The newborn answered with need. "Look at me," it snarled. "Look what he made." Ventress drove a blade across its breastplate, cutting deep. "You are not me." The newborn smashed him backward into the sarcophagus steps. "I am what he left." Honso watched for only a moment. He had no interest in honouring their exchange as a duel. Duels were inefficient unless they served a larger breach. He moved toward the shard. Pausanias intercepted him. The Ultramarine's augmetic arm struck like a piston, crashing into Honso's necrodermis limb with a sound like anvils colliding. Honso felt the impact through bone and nerve. The living metal recoiled, then flowed back into shape. "That was mine," Pausanias said. Honso tilted his head. "No, it was yours until you failed to keep it." Pausanias attacked without further words. "Good. Better that way." Honso parried, fired, stepped through broken glass and bone dust, turning each motion toward the containment pedestal. Pausanias fought with controlled fury, no longer the same warrior Honso had maimed, but harder for it. Loss had sharpened him. Honso respected the result, if not the cause. Then the tomb itself awakened. At first it was only light, pale and cold, rising from the names carved in the walls. Then came voices, not through vox, through stone, through blood, through the marrow of every warrior present. Names spoken in old battle cant, oaths recited by men dead for 10,000 years. The air thickened with presences in blue and gold, indistinct and vast, not ghosts as mortals told them, but psychic impressions burned into the world by sacrifice, duty, and hatred of betrayal. Remus Ventanis rose in memory at the heart of the chamber. Not flesh, not spirit in any simple sense. A pressure shaped like a warrior, standing where his sarcophagus lay, surrounded by echoes of ancient ultramarines who had refused the word-bearers in the dark. Their presence struck Honso's force like artillery. Iron warriors staggered. Mutants screamed and clawed at their helms. One renegade dropped his bolter and tried to flee, only to be cut down by Grendel for the insult. Warding light burned across black iron armor. A demon thing bound into a siege engine outside the tomb shrieked and tore itself apart, trying to escape the pressure. Honso felt the loyalist memory press against him. It judged, it denied, it endured. He hated it with sudden, perfect clarity. The newborn faltered before Ventress, clutching at its helm as if hearing voices it could not bear. Ventress used the moment. His blade drove into the creature's chest, through corrupted plate, through vat-grown flesh, deep enough to end most beings. The newborn caught him by the wrist and leaned close. "Father," it whispered, though whether to Ventress, Honso, or some imagined maker, none could know. Ventress tore the blade free. The newborn fell. Honso reached the demolition control. Pausanias lunged after him, but Grendel slammed into the ultramarine from the side, both warriors crashing down the steps in a tangle of blade and armor. Honso seized the control rune with his necrodermis hand and triggered every charge his thralls had placed through the approach tunnels, support vaults, and lower strata. The first explosion rolled beneath the tomb like subterranean thunder. The second split the entrance arch. The third and fourth came together, collapsing support galleries and sealed transit arteries beyond the chamber walls. Stone cracked overhead. Banners vanished beneath falling debris. An ultramarine disappeared under a slab large enough to crush a tank. His final vox burst, cut short in static. Iron warriors fired until the ceiling came down on them. Grendel laughed as he fought in the collapse, then vanished behind dust and falling stone. Ventress looked across the chamber at Honsou through the choking cloud. For a moment, they saw each other clearly. Honsou stood beside the containment pedestal, the shard of Erebus gone from its field and sealed within a case at his belt. His armor was cracked. Blood ran down one side of his helm. Behind him, the memory of Ventanis burned brighter as the tomb died around it. "You cannot bury this," Ventress said. Honsou answered through the dust. "I bury everything." The ceiling fell. Stone, relics, bones, iron, and history came down in a roar that swallowed light. Ventress survived because Ultramarines were stubborn beyond reason, and because Pausanias dragged him through a gap in the collapsing passage with one broken arm and a refusal to die. Others survived in fragments, crawling through dust, bleeding into ancient cracks, carrying their dead or leaving them when the stone allowed no choice. The tomb of Remus Ventanis was buried beneath ruin, its chamber sealed by millions of tons of Calth's wounded bones. Loyalist memory did not die there, but it was smothered under Honsou's spite. No body was found. The Ultramarines searched until the tunnel shifted and poison gas forced them back. Auspex sweeps found dead iron warriors, dead mutants, shattered war gear, broken chargers, the remains of the newborn, and the crushed ruin of relic chambers. They did not find Honsou. Ventress knew better than to call that victory. The absence itself was a wound. Far away, in the Greater War, Makar's doom had already begun to gather around the floor Honsou had uncovered. The Demon Prince raged across Ultramar, believing himself Storm and Scripture, unaware that the blade he feared had passed from a tomb into the hands of a Warsmith who trusted no ally and worshipped no power but leverage. Makar had sent Honsou to erase a symbol. He had shown him a weakness instead. Deep below the collapsed tomb, the drilling machine reversed through a hidden bore shaft, its engines grinding, its teeth clogged with sacred stone and the bones of old war. Inside its command cradle, Honsou sat bleeding. His armor was split. His skull wound had reopened. One lens of his helm was dark. The necrodermis arm gripped the sealed case containing the shard with possessive strength. Around him, the few surviving iron warriors said nothing. Even Grendel, bloodied and laughing through broken teeth somewhere behind him, did not speak. Calth closed above them. Honsou withdrew into its bones like a parasite, leaving a corpse not yet cold. Ventress lived. Makar would learn fear. And Honsou, unfinished again, carried the next betrayal in his hand. 6 months after the tomb fell, Calth still searched for Honsou in the wrong places. That was why he remained alive. The underworld had become his fortress, though he possessed no walls, no guns, no banners, no grand company drawn up in ranks beneath the iron skull. He had nothing but damaged armor, stolen ammunition, a blade taken from a dead man, his bolter repaired with scavenged parts, and the necrodermis arm that moved with patient hunger at his side. Calth's buried cities and transit arteries stretched around him like the bones of some ancient beast. He slept in maintenance vaults, where the air tasted of rust and old radiation. He drank from condensation traps. He stripped power cells from dead servitors. He cut ration packs from the belts of men who came hunting him and left their empty skins for the dark. The Imperials called him the Beast of Calth. At first, the name had passed only among conscripts and labour crews. A whisper beneath the lumen glow, a shape in the tunnels, a traitor left behind in the collapse, a monster with one silver-black arm and a skull wound that should have ended him. Men vanished from patrol routes. Vox stations went silent. Supply caches were found opened with impossible precision, their guards butchered without a shot fired. Bodies appeared in junction shrines, torn apart and rearranged in ways that made priests mutter of demons and officers demand discipline. Honso heard the name from a dying lieutenant whose lungs had been opened by a blade between the ribs. "Beast!" the man had gasped, blood bubbling through his lips. Honso had crouched beside him in the half-light of a service tunnel. No, beasts hunt because they are hungry. The lieutenant tried to reach for a sidearm. Honso pinned the hand beneath one boot and listened to the fingers break. "I hunt because you keep sending meat into my corridors." The man died without understanding the distinction. That disappointed Honso, but only briefly. Calth's defenders grew more cautious. The Planetary Defense Force doubled patrol strength. Auspec's sweeps increased. Servo skulls moved through the tunnels in quiet swarms, their lenses clicking, their little anti-grav motors whining as they searched for heat traces and motion ghosts. Ultramarines descended when the reports became too precise to dismiss. Blue armor moved through the underworld with calm purpose, bolters raised, helms turning in disciplined arcs. Their presence made the mortal soldiers straighten their backs and die more confidently. Honso did not engage them unless engagement served a purpose. He let the Imperials build a story around him. Then he changed the story. The patrol he chose belonged to the 18th Calthian Subsurface Defense Regiment, an unlucky designation that meant nothing to him beyond its route, timing, and equipment. 12 soldiers, 1 sergeant, 2 heavy weapon troopers, a Vox operator, and an attached engine seer whose presence suggested the patrol was not merely hunting, but inspecting geothermal monitor stations. They moved through a lower heat exchange corridor beneath the ash-sealed districts, boots splashing through coolant runoff, lamps cutting white spears through the steam. They were afraid before he struck. Good. Fear slowed reactions when it was unfocused. Honso dropped from the pipework above the rear file and killed the last man with one hand over his mouth and a knife through the base of the skull. The blade severed spine and brainstem. The corpse sagged silently. Honso lowered it into the water and moved before the next soldier turned. The second died to the bolter, a single round through the back that detonated inside his chest and burst ribs and lung across the corridor wall. The patrol shouted. Lasfire stabbed through steam. Honso was already moving, his necrodermis arm raised, shots sparking from the living metal as it shifted and hardened under impact. He fired twice more. One heavy weapon trooper lost his head in a spray of skull fragments and wet brain matter. The other took a bolt through the abdomen and came apart at the waist, his legs running 2 steps without him before collapsing. The sergeant tried to form a firing line. He had courage. Honso granted him that. The man barked orders through a cracked rebreather, forcing the survivors to kneel behind conduit housings and fire by volley. Their discipline lasted nearly 7 seconds. Honso ruptured the steam line above them. Boiling vapor filled the corridor. Men screamed as their faces cooked inside their masks. Skin blistered. Eyes clouded. One soldier tore off his helmet and clawed at his own cheeks as if he could scrape the pain away. Honso walked through the white cloud and killed them by sound. A broken neck, a crushed skull, a knife through the throat. A bolter fired so close into a chest, that the body burst backward in a red fan. The sergeant was last. Honso found him crawling toward the Vox unit, one arm burned raw, one leg broken beneath a fallen pipe. The man looked up as Honso approached and spat blood onto the deck. "The Emperor protects," he said. Honso placed the bolter muzzle against his forehead. Still waiting, he fired. Afterward, he staged the bodies. Not for worship, never that. Ritual was useful only when others believed in it. He opened the corpses with methodical care, arranging organs around a maintenance shrine in patterns copied from cult markings he had seen on worlds too weak to reject demonic infection. He carved 8-pointed stars into armor plates. He painted old word-bearers' script in blood across the walls, imprecise enough that a true fanatic would scorn it, convincing enough that frightened investigators would see what they expected. He left the engine seer alive longer than the others, wiring the man's augmetics into a false detonator array before cutting his throat and allowing the blood to drain over the control panel. Then he left traces toward the geothermal exchange stacks. Not obvious traces. Obvious signs insulted the hunter. A broken seal, a stolen access rod, heat scoring placed near conduit locks, scraps of armor paint, enough to create a question that fear would answer. Inquisitor Namira Suzaku answered differently. She arrived beneath Calth beneath an escort of stormtroopers, savants, servo skulls, and ultramarines whose patience had been tightened by failure. She looked upon the stage dead and did not pray. She walked the corridor slowly, sealed in a dark coat over carapace armor, her face pale in the lumen glare, her eyes colder than the soldiers around her expected. The planetary officers spoke of cult signs. The priests spoke of corruption. A captain of the defense force insisted that Honso was preparing a demonic rite. Suzaku listened until they had emptied themselves of certainty. Then she crouched by the dead engine seer and studied the false wiring. "This is not worship," she said. A priest bristled. "Inquisitor, the marks are clear." "The marks are bait." The ultramarine sergeant beside her looked toward the heat exchange passage. "You believe Honso wants us to think his target is ritual. I believe he wants us to think like frightened men." Suzaku rose. "He has survived by remaining material, ammunition, supply, movement, access. He is an iron warrior. If he wanted a shrine, he would build it from artillery positions." The sergeant inclined his helm. Then his target. Suzaku turned toward the deep schematic hovering above a savant slate. Calth's underground ecosphere glowed in layered lines. Hab districts, thermal columns, fungal farms, water reclamation, air exchange, geothermal arteries. The world beneath the world. The life of Calth hidden under stone. "The geothermal infrastructure," she said. "If he ruptures the exchange network at the primary junction, he does not need to kill our soldiers. He cooks our cities from beneath or poisons their air through the heat vents. Millions die. More if containment fails." The officers went silent. Suzaku looked down the corridor where Honso's false trail led into darkness. "He wants us to chase the altar while he walks toward the furnace." She was almost correct. That made her dangerous. Honso watched the response from inside a dead maintenance crawl space 3 levels below the exchange route. He had planted listening devices along the corridor and had heard enough of Suzaku's deduction to respect it, not admire. Respect was a measurement, not a compliment. She had discarded the false ritual faster than the rest. She had identified the infrastructure threat. She had become useful. Because now every hunter would turn toward the geothermal junction. Ultramarines redeployed there. Planetary defense columns fortified the access tunnels. Engine seers locked down the control shrines. Armored chimeras moved supplies, troops, and replacement machine parts through the mid-level logistics arteries to support the defensive concentration. Men checked vents, drains, machine housings, ammunition crates, and corpse carts. They did not check what they believed empty because they had filled it themselves. Honso entered the Chimera fuel tank before dawn cycle. The vehicle had been drained for maintenance and marked for conversion to an auxiliary Prometheum hauler. Its inspection seals had been forged with codes taken from the dead engine seer. Its crew were exhausted, frightened, and focused on the wrong war. Honso folded himself into the cramped metal darkness with patience born of siegecraft. His armor had been stripped of outer plates where necessary. His bolter was disassembled across his chest. The necrodermis arm flowed thin around his torso like a serpent pretending to be a chain. The tank stank of Prometheum ghosts and rust. He waited as the vehicle moved. Outside, Calth mobilized against his phantom assault. Engines rumbled, boots marched. Vox traffic thickened with orders and counter-orders. The Chimera joined a supply convoy moving away from the geothermal defences, carrying what the manifests described as spent equipment and contaminated dead toward the corpse processing docks. The Imperials searched the convoy at 2 checkpoints. At the first, a nervous trooper struck the tank hull with a metal rod. Honso remained still. At the second, a servo skull scanned heat traces and found only residual engine warmth because Honso had packed coolant sheets around himself and slowed his hearts until their rhythm became glacial. Misdirection was not deception alone. It was making the enemy defend against the version of you they feared most. The convoy reached the corpse docks after 19 hours of transit through the underworld's arteries. There, beneath vast exhaust towers and loading cranes, Calth's dead were packed into sealed haulers bound for orbital rendering, quarantine furnaces, or void burial, depending on contamination rights and bureaucratic stupidity. The Shendao waited in dock, a corpse hauler with a slab-sided hull, stained loading bays, and a crew that had long ago stopped seeing bodies as human. Its holds were filled with the dead of patrols, labour accidents, tunnel collapses, plague scares, and battlefield recovery teams. Honso left the fuel tank after the Chimera was lifted into the hauler's auxiliary bay. The first crewman to see him dropped a lumen wand and opened his mouth. Honso's hand closed around the man's skull and crushed it against the bulkhead. Bone cracked. Teeth shot from the mouth in a red spray. The body slid down the wall, leaving a thick smear behind. The second crewman reached for an alarm rune. Honso threw the first body into him hard enough to break both men's ribs. Within minutes, the lower bay belonged to him. He killed quietly when quiet mattered, and brutally when brutality would slow pursuit. A deck officer died with his throat opened from ear to ear, blood pumping over cargo manifests. 2 armsmen were found later with their heads twisted fully around, vertebrae ruptured beneath the skin. A servitor tried to raise a warning and had its cranial casing torn open, its wet brain scooped out by necrodermis fingers and smeared across its own control altar. The Ultramarines aboard the Shendao came when the alarms finally sounded. There were 4 of them, assigned as escort because even corpse routes required vigilance in a war against traitors. They advanced into the lower bay in formation, blue armor bright under corpse hold lights, bolters raised over rows of sealed cadaver containers. Their sergeant voxed a challenge. Honso, "In the name of Ultramar, stand and face judgment." Honso answered from among the dead. He opened a corpse container with a kick, sending bodies spilling across the deck in a slick heap. The Ultramarines fired into the movement. Bolt shells ripped through dead flesh, blasting limbs apart, turning frozen cadavers into clouds of meat chips and red ice. Honsou moved through the debris and struck from the left. His first shot killed the rearmost battle brother, detonating beneath the helmet rim and blowing the warrior's jaw and throat across the wall. The second Ultramarine turned, firing point blank. Shells struck Honsou's chest and shoulder, cracking plate, driving him back but not down. The necrodermis arm punched through the loyalist's bolter, flowed onward, and entered his breastplate. Honsou clenched his fist around the heart inside and tore it out through ceramite, ribs, and black-red muscle. The sergeant came at him with a power sword. Close quarters favoured the disciplined. It also favoured the merciless. The blade cut deep across Honsou's side, opening armour and flesh. He let it. He caught the sergeant's wrist with his living metal hand and drove his helm into the Ultramarine's faceplate. Once. Twice. The third impact cracked the blue helm. Honsou shoved a crack grenade into the broken gorget and kicked the sergeant backward into the fourth warrior. The explosion filled the bay with ceramite shards, blood, and white fire. When the smoke cleared, one Ultramarine still crawled, dragging himself by one arm across a floor, slick with corpse fluids and transhuman gore. Honso walked beside him. "Ventris," the warrior rasped. "He will find you." Honso looked down. He already did. It was insufficient. He crushed the warrior's skull underfoot. The navigator was taken from the upper sanctum after 3 more minutes of resistance from the ship's security detail. Honso left most of them dead in the stairwell, their bodies broken open with bolter fire and blade work, their blood running down the steps in dark threads. The navigator shook beneath his hood, third eye covered by warded metal, long fingers trembling around the arms of his restraint throne. "You will translate where I command," Honso said. The navigator swallowed. "The routes are watched. Then choose one where the watchers die last." "I cannot guide under threat." Honso placed the necrodermis hand on the side of the man's head. "You misunderstand. Threat is what happens before pain becomes educational." The Shendao translated out under emergency clearance. Its corpse manifests accepted because Calth's logistics chain was overloaded by the very hunt meant to trap him. By the time Suzaku understood the absence in the pattern, the hauler had already entered the outer void lanes. By the time Ultramarine interceptors corrected course, the Shendao had vanished into a blind translation corridor the navigator had sworn did not exist until Honso had begun removing his fingers. At the edge of Ultramarian space, the Warbreed waited. So did Teth Dasadra. The Iron Warrior received Honso in the primary docking bay, with warriors drawn up in grim silence. No cheers, no kneeling, no theatrical welcome. Only iron recognizing iron that had not broken. Dasadra's armor bore the marks of long command in Honso's absence, patched and scorched, his helm held under one arm. Behind him, the Warbreed's holds throbbed with engines coming awake. Its guns were loaded. Its crew had remained loyal enough, which meant fearful enough, which meant useful enough. "You took longer than projected," Dasadra said. Honso stepped from the corpse hauler's ramp, his armor broken, stained, and repaired with scavenged plates. Calth was instructive. "The Ultramarines believed you trapped." "Yes, they still do." "Good." Dasadra looked past him toward the Shendao, where the surviving crew had been chained for later interrogation or disposal. "The fleet is ready." Honso did not thank him. Gratitude was a coin for equals or fools. He walked through the Warbreed's corridors as if returning to a body from which he had been severed. The ship knew him. Its iron bones seemed to tighten around his presence. Gun crews lowered their eyes. Servitors clicked and twitched in recognition protocols. Chain gangs moved faster under the lashes of overseers, suddenly reminded that their true master had returned from beneath a loyalist world's skin. On the command deck, Honso sat upon his throne. Reports came in layers. Makar's defeat, the collapse of the greater invasion, the surviving Bloodborne elements scattered or destroyed or fleeing into dark routes, Ultramar wounded but not broken, Ventress alive, Suzaku active, Calth searching, Macraga standing. A lesser commander might have called it failure. Honso considered the ledger. Tarsus Ultra was dead. Tarentus had burned. Talisar had drowned in fire and black water. Indomitable had fallen. Makar had been freed and then doomed. Calth's sacred tomb had been buried. Ventress had been wounded in ways no apothecary could seal. Ultramar had learned that walls, heroes, memory, and discipline could all be reached. Vengeance did not require extinction to be complete. It required acknowledgement. Honso had carved his name into the realm that thought itself beyond him. Grendel, still alive by some offensive miracle, leaned against a lower rail with bandaged wounds and a grin full of broken teeth. Back to Ultramar then. Another world, another message. Honso looked at the hololithic map. Ultramar burned behind his eyes, not as territory, but as memory. Blue worlds, white cities, dead billions. The face of Ventress hidden behind a helm, the newborn falling, Makar roaring, Calth collapsing. No. The bridge quieted. Varnes, pale and worn, looked up from the tactical pit. No. I am finished with the Ultramarines. Grendel laughed. Mercy, Warsmith. Honso turned his gaze upon him, and the laughter died. Do not insult me. Mercy is what weak men invent when they cannot finish killing. I have taken what I came for. I have wounded their pride, murdered their symbols, and made their victories taste of ash. To continue now would be appetite. Appetite is not strategy. Desadra inclined his head. Then our course? Honso's necrodermis arm flexed upon the throne, silver-black fingers closing with soft metallic precision. Medrengard. No one spoke for a long moment. Medrengard meant the old wars of iron. It meant rivals, demon forges, slave empires, black fortresses, and the judgment of beings who had watched 10,000 years of bitterness grind weaker souls into dust. It meant Perturabo, the Lord of Iron, Primarch and Demon, Father and Architect, the one presence before whom every Iron Warrior's hatred took shape. Desadra understood before the others. You intend to stand before him. I intend to be seen. With what offering? Honso looked to the viewing port, where stars stretched into hard lines as the Warbreed began to turn. Survival. That was enough. The order passed through the ship. Engines deepened. Chain gangs hauled fresh ammunition to the gun decks. The navigator, newly installed and still bleeding from educational wounds, began to weep as the course was entered. Astropaths screamed in their cages. The Warbreed's machine spirit growled through the deck, eager for the wound in reality that would take them home. Honso sat in command, broken and unbowed, his skull scar aching beneath repaired plate, his stolen arm flexing like a living shadow. Behind him lay Ultramar, not conquered, not destroyed, but scarred by his passage and haunted by his refusal to die. Before him waited the Eye, Medrengard, the Iron Mountains, the Demon Forges, the Slave Pits, the Black Suns, and the impossible throne of Perturabo. The stars bent. The warp opened. Medrengard waited ahead, like the mouth of a god made from iron. Honso smiled as the warbreed entered the dark.